I mean, shouldn't be surprised, John. The Reform electorate are the only party political electorate in the country whose concern for immigration is higher than their concern for the economy. Under every single other voting group, including the Conservatives, by the way, the economy is the single most important subject, or the cost of living crisis, right? It is only Reform voters that singularly care about immigration to a significant extent as well. It was like 70% to like 18% for immigration concerns versus like broader cost of living concerns. Does does campaign face to have his policy of making Piers Morgan zero emissions by 2030? Well, isn't like YouTuber Piers Morgan still in America a Yankoid now? Hasn't he Yankified himself? Or is his studio from uncensored in the UK? I'm not sure. I'm so glad the people of Clacton have stood up against the establishment by voting for a privately educated former commodities broker millionaire. Take that, establishment. And that's what's funny, is like the response they get is, well, they like, that's not the actual establishment. The real establishment is like the cultural establishment. And I'm just like, you mean young people, right? People who don't understand Nigel Farage as being the establishment, because of course he is one for all of the reasons that you listed, Vale, for me, is that they are angry at a cultural establishment that is more liberal than their kind of right-wing conservative viewpoints. The reality is, though, is that the reason why there is this disconnect between popular culture and what Reform voters want is that popular culture is made by young people who work, and the conservative views of Reform voters are mostly old people who don't work, right? There's a reason why the views of boomers are underrepresented in media and in culture, because those people are fucking retired. They're not making culture. They're not making media for the lion's share of it, right? Like, I'm not saying that there's no boomers out there making media. Obviously, some still do. A lot of them very right-wing, awful media, but most of the people who make up the cultural establishment are just people who are part of the cultural industry, so are younger than the age of 45, you know? And the cultural establishment have no material power. I mean, not, nothing in comparison to the ability to be able to affect politics through billionaire crypto donations, right? Like, have you heard anything about the reports of Reform UK members demanding voter ID and addresses at polling stations? I did see that, yeah, just another case of the Muslimic family voting all over again, you know? They're proper patriots, preventing the Muslimics from voting for, I don't know, I'm assuming campaign face. Right-wing populism, right-wing populism is about attacking an imaginary perceived establishment slash elite, whereas left-wing populism focused on things that actually exist. I mean, again, I don't necessarily think that their concerns over not having their conservative or, reactionary viewpoints represented isn't, I wouldn't say legitimate, because I don't think it's legitimate, but I wouldn't call it like an undeserved grievance, right? I don't think it's an invented grievance. I think it's a very real grievance in the fact that they don't see their viewpoints represented in popular media and in popular culture. But again, as I pointed out, the big cultural split in this country is divided by age. And yeah, like, of course boomers aren't seeing, like, Last of the Summer Wine on telly anymore. No motherfucker watches that shit. And the people making TV at the moment are all people who are of working age rather than retired age, who have a totally different set of cultural values to the older people in this country. Do you see the train that derailed near Leeds today? The prevailing theory was that the ground under the rails was so dry and crumbly it caused the rail to buckle and move. It's so hot our railways are dangerous. I mean, yeah, like, I wouldn't be surprised. Wasn't that a lot of the cases wasn't high levels of kind of heat wear on the railway combined with privatization undermining the maintenance regime for the cause of a bunch of the rail track incidents like Potter's Bar and shit like that? Apparently it's illegal under section 114A of the Representation of the People Act. Could cause a rerun of the by-election, with Farage being banned from standing for 5 years. I mean, hopefully there's proper investigation into that. Our comrade Gareth Dennis was interviewed by Sky News about it. You love to fucking see it. Gareth Dennis catching the mainstream media attention. You absolutely love to see it. What a giga chad. I mean, the thing is, what's the problem is, Vale, for me is that again the genuine grievances that people of Clacton could have been replaced by a bunch of unreal grievances, or like I guess unjustifiable grievances on cultural grounds. Because again, a lot of these people have homes. A lot of these people have, you know, not just a triple locked state pension, but they have a defined benefit workplace pension because they grew up in an age where those were a thing. Millennials don't get shit, any of that shit. Zoomers ain't getting that shit either, you know? Or we, like, people of our generation, we get defined contribution schemes. What's illegal under the Representation of the People Act? People intimidating people at polling booths. I mean, again, like I try not to generalize, right? Like when I say the age cohort, I mean like in majority or plurality, the people who are most, most responsible. I guess that's probably true. Most over 75s vote Tory, and most 50 to 65s vote for reform. When you look at the actual polling in terms of plurality, but again, like it's more than just generational, but it's an oversimplification. Yeah, I remember a bunch of my trains to London have been delayed because of speed restrictions. To be fair, we owe all this to the monster-raving Looney Party for consistently promoting joke candidates for decades, and from an original campaign that made a lot of sense in terms of votes for 18-year-olds. That's true, wake up and smell the rosemaries, but I guess the dynamics are different in Scotland because the nationalist unionist split, morphs around the current kind of cultural reasons for voting certain ways outside of Scotland. When I say age cohort, I assume you go with the age groups used in polling. Yes, basically what I'm talking about. When I say, like, to be fair, when I say boomers, I usually mean a combination of the 65 to 75 and 75 plus demographics, right? Because 62 is the boomer cutoff, and like Gen X is like 48 to 62 or something like that. So like the 50 to 65 demographic is like roughly Gen X, and the 65 plus is roughly boomers. So counting in the Clacton by-election is already slower than usual, the returning officer has said. The result is not expected until after dawn. So we'll probably get a result very, very, very late because the ballots are fucking huge. I don't think the monster-raving loony parties care about the other political parties' ideologies. No, I thought we were having burnt hams. No, no, no. Patented Blair burgers. Old neoliberal recipe. Again, like, arriving via regular means to claim asylum is perfectly protected by the Refugee Convention. The only real illegal migrants are people who overstay their visas, and these people get deported. Which have started scraping streams for AI training data. There should be an opt-out buried deep in settings. I have seen that. I've not streamed on Twitch in like 2 months because there's been no question times. But I will definitely get to that. Thank you for the heads up. That's crazy, Tom. Speaking about AI, I bought my RAM for £185 at the start of 2025, and now on Amazon it's 1060. It's £1,060 from Amazon EU too, not a random supplier. Like, is it even that expensive on like e-buyer and shit like that. If e-buyer is even a thing. I mean, my dad a solid 3% cooler certainly does, Tom. Thank you, the Jack Miller, for the £10. Crossing fingers for Bin Face's best result in something they've stood in yet. If he doesn't win, which is likely, put this tenner towards a desk side mini fridge for all your iron brew in this heat. That sounds like an excellent plan for getting mini fridge for cans of iron brew and cans of Monster Ripper, and probably like lots of just cold water to be able to mix with, you know, the Old Faithful. This is a fucking massive bottle of Ribena. It's bigger than my head. I have a bigger bottle of Ribena. I should hide. I'm gonna hide behind the Ribena. It's like £2 in Lidl as well. It's good value. I wonder if any low propensity reform voters will see the size of the ballot paper and just not vote. I mean, turnout is 43%, so it doesn't look like the propensity is a problem. We want to stop the imperial wars and the near-colonial supply chain, stop climate change, give migrant workers full employment rights, and stop the brain drain, the real causes of migration. Yeah, 100%, 100%. I do understand that belief that we don't know who's coming over on the boats. Well, that's the whole point of the refuge, of like the asylum processing system is, so that once these people come in, obviously, of course, we go through all of the biometric screening for these people to make sure they are who they say they are. And then we use that as a way of being able to determine, like, for example, the country of origin, and we go through all of the asylum process to make sure we do know who is coming in. Like, that's the whole point of the processing system. How do you know you aren't just very small? It's a secret normal Ribena bottle. Who knows? Who knows? Who could possibly tell? Thank you, Jack, for the 20 gifties. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. It's almost as if it would be easier to have asylum processing places on the mainland of the European Union, or be in some, like, large European operated collective asylum system to ensure that it was properly distributed and there was all of the resources made to bear to be able to ensure a safe process, a secure process, and a well-documented and well-regimented process. But that might involve getting involved in some larger kind of union, but who knows? What was the turnout in the general? 58%. So we're down about 15%. My non-Euclidean Novara studio theory is looking more promising now. So true. It was good that I was, you know, we're doing the stream from home, or I guess the show for Novara Live from home today. This means it was very easy for me to be able to transition into doing my my Clacton coverage. You know, I thought we were going to get really low turnout, Stratic Fox. Oh, that would suck, Antifa Vegan Boy. Vimto has a weird taste to me. Like, if I wasn't going to be drinking Ribena, it would probably just be like summer fruits or some shit. In fact, there's a strawberry and watermelon squash you can get from Lidl. It's really good. And recommend that one. Are we staying up all night for this then? I mean, it depends what time, you know, we get like a prediction of the actual count going. And depends how many people join. If we get a big stream today, if we get a lot of people viewing, if we get a lot of viewers today, I know that Tom Harris has got like 1,000 viewers on his stream today. Like, we could theoretically go until the early morning and see how we go, right? It depends. If people keep watching, I'll keep streaming. The counting's going to take ages because the ballot papers are all like 90 centimeters long. Yep. Yeah, it is. Is Kevin joining tonight? I don't know. I haven't asked. I probably should have asked Kevin if he wanted to come on tonight for the Bindependence Day. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I mean, is he live currently? Eric Clacton. That's a good meme. And when they count, they have to show the whole of each ballot paper to the election observers. Jesus Christ, that's fucked. That is fucked. What would be a good result for Farage? Like 80%, you know? Between 70 and 80% is what is basically what's expected. More than 80% of the vote is a really good night for Farage. And if it's lower than 70%, it's like a real humiliation. Although none of it's good. It's all bad, right? Yeah, a bunch of channels have live streams of the count, yeah. He's not appeared on Discord in a bit, other than there's post a video of something on fire. I did see that. I was hoping it wasn't Kevin's house. But I checked, and the fires are in Stourbridge, and he's in a different part of Birmingham, so we're all good. To be fair, he was also notable for being a racist all those years ago as well, Jacob screams. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Andrew. Visaged poubelle. Should we do some content, shall we? I did say we're going to do a normal stream before we get on to Clacton. Bin face memes, although we've been talking about bin face for the last 20 minutes, but is there going to be like the episode of Blackadder where they have the election? It does seem to be the case. You know? The old Dunny on the Wall by-election. Pitt the Younger. When how many voted for bin face at the very last second because they couldn't resist the temptation? That'd be interesting to understand. Pitt the Eve. Oh, yes, sure, it's Pitt the Even Younger, isn't it? When J Cash says that you're loving the No Justice USA channel, thank you. Make sure that everyone goes and subscribes to the No Justice USA channel should you be interested in American politics and my haphazard Brit Bonger takes on American politics, because I need 81 subscribers on that channel, and that means I get monetized there too, so I can make even more money. Did you see Farage getting heckled in Clacton? Oh, I saw someone who said that they were heckling him and then they crashed their car, which is quite funny. Yes. If you're in chat, please subscribe to this channel. I have posted the link in chat. So true, Steve. So true. Je suis un gendarme de visage de poubelle, division sécurité. So true. So true going out to the pie people. If Farage wins, Binface voters should put up loads of statues of old Binny. The Farage that love statues, they don't take them down. True. Just get save our statues on the case. Claims to be a communist, loves getting money for her YouTube stream. Typical. Literally. Who remembers of the old time streamer viewers? One time where someone got mad in the comments about the fact that I was streaming on Twitch and it was Amazon, and like they made a point of making sure everyone knew that they were from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Very strange. Very strange person. Thank you, MIDI Doctors. Don't send us that channel you sent us to yesterday. It was full of racists, not YouTuber. What was the stream we went to yesterday? I don't even remember where we went to yesterday. Communism is when no stream revenue. Literally so true. It was ages ago, wasn't it, Sully? That was when you first got here. I mean, I wish YouTube told me how long you'd been a subscriber for. Getting intensely mad about stream and also posting a full address in chat. Honestly, it's the pro gamer move. It really is. If you love communism so much, you should go and live in Vuvuzela, oh, and Vladimir Stalin killed 11 bajillion people. So true. And I should give up all my technology, right? Can't have an iPhone. Can't be going full iPhone. Even though I don't have an iPhone, I have a Samsung, but I have two Samsungs. That's how capitalism I am. Marx had a chapter about Twitch. He did. It's a misunderstood chapter in Capital Volume 3. Was it yesterday when the stream died a second time? I think it was, yeah. Have I tuned into the Onion-owned InfoWars since it launched? It's actually incredible, genuinely the only good media acquisition this century. I haven't seen it, but I probably should tune in at some point. It does sound like fun. I dare you criticize society and then participate in society? Yeah, I'm terrible. I'm just awful. The biggest hypocrite. The biggest hypocrite. The Black Book of Hackneyed Cliches, literally. I just watched Nigel Farage speak for the first time in a week because our media is now dating Kemi Badenoch. I almost forgot how physical my disgust was. Yeah, again, I said it. We're in this position where it's clear like the Kemi boosterism has started. They were Nigel boosting. The Farage boosterism has been replaced by Kemi boosterism because they realised that he's not going to be necessarily the next prime minister, right? They were cozying up to him for good copy. Yes, it was the eclipse. It was the day before. Ah, okay. I call myself a communist and I'm consuming capitalist-owned Ribena. Honestly. She is very weird. She's incredibly weird. What's on my list of things to talk about today? So we've got Yvette Cooper speaking to George Osborne and essentially admitting that Keir Starmer didn't have a clue what the fuck he was doing. Just like everyone has suddenly realised that he was terrible at governing the moment that he steps out of number 10. We can watch a bit of Sangeeta talking about her experience with LBC after she got sacked. Oh, there's a funny clip of Netanyahu, and there's a debate about Thomas Straker on GB News. So a bunch of stuff that we've got coming up on the show today. Can GB News viewers stomach them supporting a black woman? I mean, who knows at this point? There's something of the Elmo about her. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. It's like, I'm just going to put my second phone on charge. One sec, chat. I need to buy Ribena and turn it into a co-op. Clearly, that's what I should be doing. Instead of being Hassan Piker when I'm a massive, famous millionaire streamer, instead of being a Hassan Piker and using my money to buy a house like a fucking capitalist, I should buy out Ribena and turn it into a co-op. I wonder who even owns Ribena? Who owns the branding? It's not like Britvic, is it? Lucasade Ribena. Oh shit. Headquartered in Uxbridge, of all places. Ribena is a registered trademark of Lucasade Ribena Suntory Limited. Oh, it's based in Dublin, actually. The UK office is in Uxbridge, but it was originally from. It looks like their main office is in Dublin. Maybe that's because they're trying to avoid taxes.
Roll on, April 2020.
Silence. Suntory is a massive Japanese company. Sick. That means they're definitely headquartered in Dublin, specifically to dodge taxes. Cool. I should try and buy Ribena and turn it into a co-op and make it actually pay taxes in the UK. They have that black Ghanaian woman with the voice like a Bricky in Astoria too. What? Nana Okoye. Yeah, she does have like a real, 30 a day drawl, doesn't she? That's a very unpopular opinion, Scott. That's the kind of shit that gets you ejected from the stream. Not just kidding. I'm not going to ban you for not liking Ribena, but it is a strike one, yellow card. It's a yellow card offense to sully the name, the good name of the blessed Ribena. Like as I said, Waluigi Mangione on the video I put out, just like say no, right? Even if you genuinely still believe it, just say no, right? Just like say like, no, I don't want to cancel Thanksgiving anyway. Here's my plans for the cost of living crisis, right? Don't give like a massive long spiel about how Thanksgiving is being different to everyone. Just go, nope, I don't want to cancel it. But I do want to cancel is medical co-pays. I want to cancel your healthcare payment costs with Medicare for all. Like that's all you got to do. If someone says, "Do you want to cancel Thanksgiving?" Go, "No. No, I don't." Just say no. Even if you do want to cancel Thanksgiving, just lie. No one's going to pull you up on it. It's not part of your political proposal. Like just say no. Like just say no. Like, if anyone ever tries to do a gotcha question in an interview as a left-winger about some dumb culture war shit that you don't care about, like, or is irrelevant to your role that you're getting elected to, just say no. Just say no. Yeah, there is an own brand Marmite. There's you from Lidl. You used to actually be able to get own brand yeast extract. It tasted literally identical to Marmite. That one's easier to spread as well. You're not going to get the opportunity to properly explain anything. Just fire out sound bites and uncomplicated messages. 100%. And if they ask you a question where answering sincerely will lose you points or will become or will distract from anything other than your campaign messages, just say no and then go back to the campaign messages. Well, to be fair, Almighty Ravelo, only one of us is the throat goat. It depends on what the The ideas are, if they're relevant ideas for the role of that you're getting elected to, absolutely we should explain. If it's something totally irrelevant, like do you want to cancel Thanksgiving, then no, there's no point in talking about it and explaining it until, you know, the people are culturally ready for it. Well, the thing is, Minzy, it's the slogan for the by-election. It's Count Binface versus Bin Cuntface. Mamdani is good at not accepting right-wing framing and derailing his messages. I agree. Yeah, he's really good at against. Anytime they ask you a gotcha question, you just go right back to affordability, go right back to cost of living, the important things the voters care about. Cunning stunt face. True. Nigel Farage claims to be anti-woke, but he calls a by-election instead of a straight election disgusting. I have to vote for Restore now. Or there is another option for the rightoids to vote for. Yeah, 100%, Kieran, 100%. So apparently there's yet another meme party on the loose on the far right of British politics. They're called the National Rebirth Party. Their tagline is Homes, Health and Honest Work for a National Community. Read our agenda. I shall read the agenda. I hope this is definitely not a LARP or indeed anything approaching ethno-nationalism. Oh, it is. Oh, that's exactly what it is. Oops. One, we aim that only people of British heritage or lineage shall be inherently entitled by birth to be British citizens. Right out of the gate, I will not trust anyone who uses the word lineage for anything. Right? We already have like Nazi adjacent branding here, and they're talking about heritage and lineage. Always a bad sign. You're always in like pioneer fund territory as soon as you start talking about lineage and it being the only default for citizenship, right? We aim that foreigners whose presence is harmful to the interests of the national community, NC in capitals, be expelled without exception from Great Britain. Those who enter without permission shall be expelled by default and prohibited from ever returning. It's also worth pointing out, by the way, that like British isn't a national community. Like the national communities, even on like a basic like nationalist framework, are England, Wales, and Scotland. And the 6 counties is a colony. So there's 3 national communities that make up Great Britain. The idea that there's a single national community, even from like a right-wing nationalist perspective, is nonsensical. It's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. National community equals the Volk. Yep, that's basically how I interpreted all of this. We aim that only British citizens be permitted to vote or hold public office at any level. We aim that no foreign treaty, alliance, war, or undertaking be entered into or continued unless it serves the interests of the national community. I'm just going to say Volk. I'm just going to say Volk for the rest of this bit, because that's what they mean. This includes the distribution of British money to foreign nations. I like how I like how the first 3 points are all about again the Volk, and the fourth one is like about the Volk, but specifically their weird, like, grievance and bugbear in terms of foreign aid. I'm like, surely the national community or the Volk would benefit from soft power, you know? Like, even Israel, like the Volkiest Volk country in the world, even they do outreach in terms of foreign aid because they want soft power, you know? We aim that all citizens have equal rights and equal... We aim that all citizens have equal rights and equal duties to society. Oh, just citizens. Okay, so only British lineage people are equal. Some animals are equal, but more animals are... Well, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others, eh, chat? Those who refuse to carry out their duties will be stripped of their rights. What duties? What duties do I have to the Volk, chat? Clearly Restore weren't racist enough? Clearly. I hate how these wankers talk in euphemisms, dishonest fucks. Yeah, like, just say Volk when you mean Volk, right? We aim that all British men must perform some kind of military service for a period of at least 18 months to the best of their ability. Well, if this party wasn't already spiritually Israeli, they certainly are now, right? You must serve in the British Defence Force. British by lineage, how is that being defined? Well, these people will never tell you, of course, because they want to make a snap judgment themselves, because such a delineation is basically impossible in 2026. And it's basically impossible already, given the fact that our island nation has continually had different invasions over time, creating a pretty disparate gene pool anyway. Trying to somehow tease out what the British Volk is basically impossible. Are they throwing out the Cornish? Seems so. Seems so. We aim for a justice system with the end goal of removing the most dangerous offenders from society. The most serious crimes, including crimes against the nation and its people, must carry the death penalty. Oh, so literally if you betray the Volk, will kill you. That doesn't sound like a way of being able to engage in extrajudicial execution for pretty spurious reasons, eh, chat? That's basically what the Trump administration's trying to do. Like, again, how are you defining a crime against the nation? This looks like a terrorist manifesto. It does look like a terrorist manifesto, yeah. I wouldn't say that it was, because I value not getting hit with litigation, but it certainly reads like one. I'm actually more interested to see what the whole text of this one is. It has long been known that the overwhelming majority of crime and asocial activity is perpetrated by the same tiny number of people, who have a virtually inherent aspect of their character that drives them to act with no regard to the people around them, and thus the primary purpose of any justice system must be to identify who falls into this tiny minority, and either correct the problem or remove it from society completely. So essentially they're advocating for, like, social cleansing here. It reads like a Julia Hartley Brewer tweet. I mean, it does. It certainly does, and if she had any personal sense of self, she might want to ruminate on that fact. And also, again, this just, like, isn't true. It isn't true that there's an inherent aspect to someone's character. It's so, like, nature versus nurture coded. It's real trading places shit, this. We aim for the creation of a new British law system, whereby the first principle of the system is accessibility. Oh, so at least they're, like, inclusive Nazis. At least these are Nazis who, sorry, not Nazis, that might get me sued. At least these believers in the national community believe that that community includes disabled people, unlike previous national community supporters. We aim for freedom of religion for all British people, so as long as the religion does not threaten or harm the interests of the national community, any religion which does this shall be prohibited. Well, again, depends on your fucking justification for this. Or I think that, you know, obviously we all believe in freedom of religion, right? But, like, how are you defining harming the interests of the national community? Obviously they mean Islam, right? That's what they mean here is Islam, despite there being no justification for this, and national communities having no qualms with Islam and Muslims broadly ever since, like, the caliphate was expelled from Andalusia. I mean, they could also mean Jews here. Yeah, 100%, Tom, right? Like, my Jewish ass being deported. I mean, that basically seems what it trying to say here, which is that any purging of any religious minority can be justified on the grounds of them undermining the Volk. And given that we already have two very large conspiracy theories entirely based around the idea of a certain minority trying to undermine the Volk verbatim in the form of Judeo-Bolshevism and in the form of Islamo-leftism, right? Two crackpot far-right conspiracy theories specifically on the grounds that a certain religious minority is trying to undermine broadly all of society through woke, right? When they say any religion which does this should be prohibited, I'm assuming they mean basically everything other than Christian denominations, really. Or, like, they probably will allow Hinduism, but you're not allowed to be a citizen because you're not British, unless you're a British convert to Hinduism. Who the fuck knows? We aim for the continuation of state-funded education. We further demand that the state should establish and finance a series of schools of excellence, which will provide scholarship education of the highest possible quality free of charge, with admittance purely on the basis of academic merit. I mean, that's basically how these things work already. Support the NHS. I mean, this is already the case. Foreigners already pay for public health services through the NHS surcharge. Got some eco-fascism here as well. Chat. This next one's a doozy. The state must support businesses which work towards national economic goals. Does that sound like the economic policy platform or prospectus of any other political party? Does this sound anything close to the understanding of the relationship between the state and the economy of any political party that's ever existed in the last, say, I don't know, shall we say like 90 years, chat? Like the last, like, 95 years? Class collaborationism, maybe? Very interesting, yes, Trout. Extremely interesting. We aim that all trade unions be amalgamated and the national government assume the duty of the protection of the worker. I mean, that's very kind of CCP coded. I mean, they literally describe themselves on Twitter as a third positionist party, right? I hate to bury the lead here, but they do literally use the phrase third position. They're real kind of monetarists here in terms of overall debt and preventing inflation through an austerity program, some would assume. Protectionist trade policy, that's kind of boilerplate now, isn't it? Again, when they say international capitalism, I wonder what they mean by that. I wonder what they mean by international capitalism. Because if it was a socialist party, I'd know what they would mean. But could it mean Jews, chat? Just asking. Oh shit! They also want to bring back workhouses. Providing unemployed or destitute persons productive employment. Literally bringing back workhouses. Oh, and they want to get rid of, like, multi-party elections. A national government with total authority, and they gain the consent of the citizenry by way of plebiscites and referenda of public approval. And again, I've buried the lead here, chat. I do apologise. In the fact that all of this is secondary, because obviously none of these policies are going to be relevant. What is funny is that whilst all of those policies will tell you that they're cringe LARPers, and you can understand they're obviously cringe LARPers, if you want actual proof that they're cringe LARPers, watch away, chat.
The path that we have chosen is not a path that is easy. It is not a path that is individually rewarding. It is a path of hardship and pain. But it is a path that we have chosen. Because if we do not choose this path, nobody else will. If we do not will ourselves to live, then we will die.
It's literally got like a rapping for Jesus feel to it, with like the crossfades and the poor camera quality, and like, oh my god, it's so like hilariously cringe. It's so cringe, right? Again, you'd think these people were scary, but they're just so fucking funny. The music in the background that sounds like 6 Apple loops stuck on top of each other. Yeah, 100%, right? As soon as I saw this clip, I immediately thought, this is like the band of Nazis from the Blues Brothers. Except, like, the guy with the megaphone instead has one of those Rode lapel mics and is speaking incredibly quietly in comparison. The bad lighting almost makes them look like trans pride flags. Yeah, literally it does, doesn't it? Oh no, it literally, yeah, it looks like they're pride flags for the trans community. Oh no, chat. This is Chris Morris. No, nope, no it isn't. What's the funny bit? Literally, have you ever seen a massive fucking bunch of nerds in your life? Looks like a super shit teamy version of the Terran Empire. Are we sure this isn't just a Nathan Fielder bit and this is what the third season of the rehearsal is going to be about? Why all the moustaches as well? I mean, this guy literally looks like he's trying to look like Hitler. I'm sorry, like, come on, what's going on here? They look like a proper cult. Yeah, they really do. They really do. Anyway, that's the National Rebirth Party. Only worth mockery, chat. Only worth mockery. I love that. We're going to protect Britain whilst marching around on, like, the brown and barren fields of a sun-parched Britain for which they have no plan with which to fix. Kraftwerk have fallen on hard times? Oh no. Oh, Radovan Karadzic just let himself go. I did see the Everyone is God party, yeah, like Politics Joe did an interview. His moustache is more like Oswald Mosley. True, actually, that's a good point. You got me good there. True, not all moustaches, right? Not all moustaches. But definitely these ones. But again, remember like the National Conservatism Conference? What it reminds me of, right? It reminds me of the moment from the National Conservatism Conference where, was it, who the fuck was it? The posh gay one. Douglas Murray was like, well, why do we have to abandon nationalism just because the Germans mucked it up twice? And I'm like, yeah, okay. And then the Indonesians messed it up. And then the Serbians messed it up. And then loads of other people messed it up because nationalism just keeps leading to genocide somehow. Like, as if there isn't already huge precedent for nationalism turning into ethnic cleansing and genocide in huge numbers of cases other than just in the form of Nazi Germany. You know? This nationalism is just a poison ideology. It's absolute poison. That's a good point. Orwell was right when he said Britain wouldn't accept fascism because the public would laugh at them. And to be fair, the one time that they didn't laugh at them, they got chased away. So, on Cable Street. Literally so true, Jack. Where are they from? They just say Great Britain. Well, there's a difference between emancipatory nationalism and chauvinist nationalism, right? Literally, Andy, so true. So true. And again, what's even more stupid about British nationalism is there's no British national community. It doesn't exist. Yeah, it is funny, isn't it, Dan Sheaf? Turns out austerity leads to fascism every time. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, like civic nationalism is a different thing. Yeah, 100 point. I agree with that. I agree with that. But even then, like civic nationalism is about like, again, it's still about like a national community rather than, you know, just the community itself, right? Because when I hear about like Scottish and Welsh nationalism, the national movements or the parties that are represented by them never talk about Scotland and Wales as nation states or groups of people who share the same nation. They talk about the landmass of the country and the people that make it up, right? Like when people talk about, you know, the civic nationalism of the SNP, it's about the residents of Scotland, not about like the Scots, you know? It's definitely a different kind of nationalism to what these fuckers are talking about. It's an important distinction, yeah, 100%, 100%, yeah. Bin face or bung face, that's a good one, Mark, I like that. Civic nationalism and liberation nationalism are often in response to some fucked up nationalism also. I mean, yeah, just look at Palestine, for example, right? Like, look at Palestine in terms of their liberation nationalism. You know, Palestinian nationalism wasn't a thing until, you know, the Zionists came and tried to expel them from their home. Like Camry say, anyone can be Welsh as long as they accept the consequences. Yeah, it's about being part of the community rather than being part of a national grouping, right? So I'm just looking down my list of topics for today, and literally the topic was just Nazi LARPers was the name of the topic. And the only nationalism that isn't dumb and malicious as fuck is the "your soldiers are occupying us and killing and should leave" kind. Thank you, V-Man, for the $5. Appreciate the support. There's also anti-colonial nationalism. I would know about that as a Puerto Rican whose land has been colonized for 500 years. Well, I would fold that into a form of liberation nationalism, right? Fucking love Enter Shikari. Great Navarre episode today. Thank you. I had fun. I had fun. Again, it was very warm. It was warm, but luckily I got to write the script in my pants because I was at home rather than in the studio. I'm sure everyone wanted to know that at home, but that's what happened. And I did it with this fan like in front of me the whole time. But we see the stupid racist thing that Netanyahu said. Oh yeah, that's 100% on the list. We can cry. I'll tell you what. We'll watch it now. I haven't yet, Jack. There's also this on top of the fact that, did you see today as well that Netanyahu changed the rules for who gets on the parliamentary list for Likud to include people from like the Jewish Power Party? So the Jewish Power Party are like a literal Kahanist group, and someone defected from Jewish Power to Likud, and usually you have to be a Likud member for a certain amount of time, but they've changed the rules to allow this far-right politician access. So it turns out actually the Netanyahu government isn't, you know, being pulled in one direction by its far-right coalition partners. They're all the fucking same. They all believe the same shit. They're all as, you know, demented and fascistic as each other. There's no issue with, you know, the coalition of convenience between Jewish Power and what's Bezalel Smotrich's party? The Religious Zionist Party, right? Like they're all the fucking same. They're literally all the same as each other. If you wanted to be a true English nationalist, you'd have to be okay with standing up to Atlanticism, but that's not what any of these people mean when they say nationalism. Yeah, 100%. Again, because they have, you know, they believe in a nationalism of subjugation rather than a nationalism of liberation. Yeah, it's all a front, isn't it, Karen? Like, if anyone could, you know, if anything was ever a broad repudiation of like the politics of nationalism or like vulgar nationalism of the far right, then Israel would be that, you know? Have they made themselves safer? Nope. Have they protected the nation of Jews? Nope. All they've done is make more enemies and make everyone hate them. They're more imperialist than nationalist. I mean, yeah, that's true, I guess, but it's imperialist nationalism in the same way that Russia is imperialist nationalism. You know, the Greater Russia chauvinist theory that Lenin talked about. All right-wing nationalists are US Trump dick riders. Yeah, like they're totally cucked. Totally cucked. Other than all of our political class are at this point. Netanyahu on Britain. You might call Britain the Islamic Republic of Britain. Someone said that the first Islamic Republic with nuclear weapons will be the Islamic Republic of Britain. We're making sure there won't be another one, you know, in Iran. So, our government continually rolls over for Israel, continually supplying them with parts for F-35 fighter jets to do genocide in Gaza, continually running cover for them and trying to get weapon shipments to Israel secretively via Belgium, flying endless spy flights from RAF Akrotiri, assisting Israel in their genocide in Gaza continually, and then arresting grannies trying to protest the genocide that this government is continually trying to enable, literally turning against their own citizenry in the interests of Israel, and then trying to force the people of Birmingham to accept an invasion of violent Kahanist thugs beating the shit out of the good people of Birmingham in the form of the ultras of Maccabi Tel Aviv, right? Literally having a phone call with the foreign minister about the Kahanists of Maccabi Tel Aviv, right? All of this prostrate cuckoldry to Israel and the interests of Netanyahu, right? All of this cuckoldry. And what do they get in return? You're the Islamic Republic of Britain. Like, it's so pathetic. Our politicians are fucking pathetic. They are absolutely pathetic. They are spineless wimps. And it's not like it's only Israel. It's the same with the United States, right? It's the same with the US, where instead of actually holding these people to account, we continue to fold over, allow them to use our bases to bomb Iranian schoolgirls, allow them to continue to use our military infrastructure to close the Strait of Hormuz and ruin the world economy, and to create yet another refugee crisis that America won't deal with, but that Europe will almost certainly have to deal with at the expense of Donald Trump's desire to be the guy who invaded Iran. And do we stand up to ourselves? Do we stand up for ourselves? Do we stand up to America? Do we shit? We are cucks. We're pathetic, and every mainstream party is like this. Ed Davey will be like this, despite him claiming not to be. Kenny Badenoch will certainly be like this, and Donald Trump will literally bend over and present himself for the Trump administration and for Israel. Our entire political class, spineless wimps, totally cucked. We're not a real country. We have no sovereign foreign policy. It's all decided in Washington. The only way that you're able to extricate this country from that reality is by voting for a progressive party, such as the Green Party in England, or Plaid Cymru and the SNP in Scotland and Wales. Fuck this country. Fuck our politicians. Thank you for the $5, Fee Man. I appreciate the support. I mean, that's basically. I mean, you have to make it such a like a pariah that they can't even they can't be supported openly anymore. Islamic Republic of Pakistan has had nukes for decades. He's just repeating some bullshit he heard from JD Vance verbatim. Yeah, literally. I did see that wee jog. There was a report in Harrods. We covered it on Navarra today. I mean, that will also mean that all the treasuries tank and the entire world economy goes into recession, Mark. So, you know, let's not, like, count our chickens. I mean, the clip is in Hebrew, Tom, so I don't think we'll get much from it. The subtitles are in English, but the actual clip itself is in Hebrew, so... And whilst I know some words in Yiddish, I know literally 0 words in Hebrew. Patriotism is selling your country to the Americans and impoverishing the public. Yep, that's it. You got it in one. Got it in one. True patriotism. Even the shitlibs are agreeing with me that it's stupid that Cam Binface was called a far left agitator by Farage or some shit. Yeah, clearly, I am I'm the grand unifier. If only we had the adults in the room to guide us. I mean, the translations are on the clip, right? But like, I've read out the important bits in terms of the quote from the Clash report, I guess. So. I mean, even China have a huge number of treasuries. I don't think that de-dollarization is going to be as easy as people claimed it would be. I didn't know that, Mudkip. Count Binface, the modern day Lenin. So true. So true. Holding unnecessary by-elections and infantile disorder. Binta Minov. So true. Oh dear. One affordable house isn't that far left. Literally, literally. Has Binface is to the left of most Labour MPs. And did you see Count Binface speaking up for Sangeeta? Count Binface was accosted by Henry Riley in Clacton, and rather than answering Henry Riley's questions from LBC, he was like, yeah, where's Sangeeta Maiska? Come on, tell us where Sangeeta Maiska is or I won't answer your question. Which, you know what? Based. Honestly. It's super fucking weird, chat. It's super weird that like the Liberals went on and on about how like anti-Semitic the left were for ages during the Corbyn years, and most like the FBP style Liberals, they're all very Israel critical. Even led by donkeys, ultimately became like anti-Israel in terms of the genocide in Gaza, right? So when led by donkeys and Count Binface are on like the pro-Palestine team, we have achieved total cultural victory. Clearly, we have. Yeah, let me find the clip. Let me find the clip. Me and my whole family of Muslimics all voted all today with family voting, just as Farage said would happen, because that's apparently a thing. No, that doesn't happen, by the way. Yeah, I've got a clip we're going to watch in a second, Antifa. Also, modern Hebrew is technically older than the State of Israel. It was invented in the late 19th century. I mean, it wasn't because it was only ever used as a liturgical text, if I remember. Tom, in the ancient Hebrew was revived for liturgy. Basically, was the only reason it was ever used. Otherwise, mostly, especially in Europe specifically, the majority of people would speak Yiddish in common parlance, right? But there was a liturgical use of Hebrew at the time, and then I don't know when the decision was made or why the decision was made. It was broadly decided that Hebrew was going to be created as a new speaking language out of the liturgical texts that were still available in scripture, basically. Yeah, Yiddish is incredibly old. Yeah, I mean it's been the kind of the lingua franca of Jewish people across Europe for centuries. It's such a stark difference between the pro-EU politicians and the actual people. My dad's one of those kind of people, and he thinks Israel is a fascist state that needs nuking. I mean, I wouldn't agree with that. I don't want to get vorshed. Like, so I'm not gonna. I mean, I don't believe anywhere should be nuked. Obviously, you'd be right, but I'm gonna be very careful about reading out comments that say things like that. I know what happens to people who say that, but yeah, Yiddish is 1,000 years old. Yeah, that was my assumption. Yeah, Karishma Patel's been doing good work. I liked her speaking with Owen Jones. It's a really fascinating history, to be honest. There was a guy called Eliezer Ben Yehuda who spearheaded its revival, and then it got co-opted by Zionists around the time Israel was founded. Yeah. That makes sense. Oh, no, so in like 2016, 20, no, 20, this was, I'm trying to think in terms of, like when Vorsh first started streaming, I think it was 2017 or 2018, back when he wasn't, oh, you know, before all of the stuff happened, right? He originally streamed on Twitch because Destiny streamed on Twitch, and he was like a Destiny, like, Orbiter at the time. And when he was on Twitch, he talked about using certain kinds of weapons on a certain state in the Middle East, and they insta-banned his account forever until like 2022 or something. Zionists viewed European Yiddish speakers as weak. Is that Max Nordau in terms of the writing of you know, the, there's like the strong Jew or something, I think, and versus the weak ones? I forget now. No problem, Stoner. Appreciate the kind words. I mean, I'm opposed to the use of like any killing that's unnecessary, right? I'm in favor of a diplomatic peace process, hopefully one that dismantles the state of Israel, right? That's my position. I mean, most of the liberals in Britain, most of their positions on Israel is, isn't it terrible? I wish we could have peace. I hate Benjamin Netanyahu. But they don't really have like a structural critique of Zionism, right? They think that we can go back to like Bill Clinton, Oslo Accords times, and obviously that ship has long sailed. But most of those centrists do genuinely despise Netanyahu and do really genuinely believe that Israel has committed genocide. But they think that it's a complex situation that Keir Starmer didn't have any chance to be able to help rectify. And I'm like, yeah, plenty of chances. You just have a very small imagination. So true. So true. Comrade Binface secretly, uh, sorry, to call him by his true name about his plans for landlords. Ho Chi Bin. That was his plan. If you're going to go full Ho Chi Bin on the landlords, then it means that you do only need to build one affordable house, because they'll become affordable overnight. They have an incredibly strong economy, or they did have a strong economy up until the war. Linked FC, like, there's so much kind of it's a real kind of tech hub, Israel. And whilst people talk about American aid to Israel being heavy, and it's very true, there is a lot of American aid to Israel, Israel is also rich enough to just buy a bunch of military technology from America and sell them a bunch of technological advancements too. Like, the military technology sector in Israel is fucking huge. Thank you for the $10, V-Man. Appreciate. A revolution is a sacred right of the nation to overthrow domestic tyrannies or to repel foreign interventions. Don Pedro Albizu Campos, Puerto Rican lawyer and independence leader. It's a good quote. Tourism was a huge part of Israel's economy prior to the war as well. Interesting. So I guess kind of in a kind of similar situation with Russia in that case, you know? Although fewer people are going on holiday to, you know, Magnitogorsk. than they are to be a Shiva. 6 a.m., Jessica. I think even most of the centrists recognize the insanity of things like the Israel lobby and the chokehold it has on our political class now. I think the damage is done, right? Like, to put this into perspective, my dad, who, like, joined the Labour Party because of Keir Starmer, when I asked him about why the people, you know, had this huge opinion of Jeremy Corbyn being anti-Semitic, and he was like, yeah, Israel lobby probably had lots of influence on this. I'd never heard him say anything like that before in my life. And I was like, yeah, it's just obvious to anyone paying attention that the Israel lobby has huge amounts of power, you know? And he like, and my dad fucking hated Jeremy Corbyn, really hated Jeremy Corbyn, and even he noticed that, even he could acknowledge that a lot of the smear campaign was just Israeli lobby bullshit. We're gonna get bring back Keir like we had bring back Boris. Oh, we've already got them, right? The Keir Starmer truthers are everywhere on Twitter, and especially on Threads. Actually, Threads is fucking festooned with Keir Starmer truthers. Literally, they're the hashtag Never Burnham Brigade, going back basically to the Lib Dems where they belong. Yeah, Lineker is a real good example of like the FBP, like lib sphere getting negatively polarized to Israel. I don't know, Almighty. My assumption is he would want to. I mean, we've always been a family that have thought tactical voting was a good idea, right? I had it drummed into me when I was growing up about how the system works and how to maximize your voter power in the electorate with which you live. Like, I always was aware of the necessity of tactical voting, especially as I grew up in a swing constituency. So my assumption is that, you know, his concern is for opposing the Conservative Party, conservative politics. I guess like the Boris Johnson era kind of pushed him into getting politically active. So FBPE stands for Follow Back Pro Europe, which is a hashtag that I don't want to use the term Ramona, because most people who, like, there are lots of people who use the hashtag who don't actually moan about Brexit. They just think it was bad, and they talk about it when necessary and make their points clear. But a lot of the FBPE crowd are like literal, actual Ramonas who constantly bang on about Brexit, like it's the only political issue, like it's the only political turning point, like all of the country was fine up until Brexit, rather than the country being fucked, and that led to Brexit. There's basically two different sects of thought here, really. And so, whilst most FBP people are Ramonas, not all of them are Ramonas, and there are plenty of structural reasons as to why people might oppose Brexit. And as long as you don't bring it up as being, you know, the patient zero for all Britain's political problems, then, you know, it's fine. But lots of FBP people do think that. They think that Johnson is Satan because of his position on Brexit. And I'm just like, well, are you ignoring the NHS funding? Are you ignoring the uprating of benefits in line with inflation? Are you ignoring the new hospitals that got built? Are you ignoring the levelling up funding? Are you ignoring the fact that he wants to do planning reform and he wanted to do renters' rights? He nationalised a bunch of train services. He nationalised the energy operator. Like, there's what else did you get from Boris Johnson? He wanted to like a inclusive conversion therapy ban too. So, like, there were a bunch of genuinely good policies that the Boris Johnson government wanted to do, but was blocked by like far right backbenchers. But they, you know, these floppy hair Brexit bad man. Like, I can tell someone whether I can be whether someone I know, whether I can always tell whether someone has genuinely thought about their politics based upon their opinion of Boris Johnson, right? Like, it's the easiest way of doing it, because of course he is a Tory and I hate him because he's a Tory, and he killed people during the pandemic because he's both stupid and incompetent. Like, these are literally all true. These things are all true. But in terms of the broad strokes of policy, was he worse than the other Tory leaders? No, and he was significantly better, right? Operating benefits in line with inflation, better than anything Cameron May, Truss, or Sunak did. It's categorically, like, if you take the pandemic stuff out of it and his conduct as a politician out of it, in terms of the policy that he ran on, because he's a big state liberal, really, he's just the least bad Tory prime minister since 2010. And again, I'm not saying that he's good. I'm not saying that he's good and I support him, because clearly I don't. I'm a fucking communist, right? But is he worse than any of the other Tory leaders? I mean, the only one who's probably better than Boris Johnson is Theresa May, just because she was like sort of woke, I guess, in some ways, you know? But she still did austerity, right? Theresa May still carried on the literal worst policy of the Osborne and Cameron administration, right? Like, the biggest problem with the Conservative Party was austerity, and Boris Johnson stopped austerity. He put taxes up and did deficit spending. He was literally like the opposite of the fiscal conservatism that was emblematic of Cameron and May. You know, like, he's just not as bad as those two on mostly economic matters. Was the Boris Johnson 2019 manifesto further left than the 24 manifesto for the Labour Party? Basically, I guess in actuality, no. Because again, like, workers' rights went back during Boris Johnson, for example, because like under Boris Johnson, like the bad stuff is you got Rwanda, you got the the minimum service levels bill, you got the police and crime bill. That's a Boris Johnson era policy as well. I didn't know that, Kieran, actually. That's a good point. I mean, yeah, as Endo, we're comparing Tories with Tories here. Like, they all suck. They're all shit. But, like, Boris Johnson's just not as bad as the rest of them. Mindstorm ran a more dishonest leadership campaign than Johnson, too. At least Johnson kept the major pledges he made. Rest time I binned every single one of the infamous 10 pledges. Also true, yeah. So they both did kind of, like, both Starmer and Johnson did like draconian shit, but whereas workers' rights went back under Johnson, they went ahead under Starmer. I say under Starmer, like Starmer contributed anything to this. It was Angela Rayner, right? We have a workers' rights bill because of Angela Rayner and nobody else. The idea that Starmer has anything to do with this is nonsense, but like, yeah, Boris Johnson was just like a big state, the last liberal. We will probably never have a liberal prime minister ever again. There will probably never be a more liberal prime minister, you know, for the next 30 years, depending on how climate collapse goes. And there will not be a more liberal prime minister than Boris Johnson. How much money on PPE? Well, how much money did Cameron and May give to a bunch of like boondoggles as well, right? Like, these people aren't innocent just because the crimes of Johnson are more high profile. Basically true, Lumo, yeah. Although even better position when Theresa May was PM. Liberal. I need to get the soundboard back, then I chat. And also, worth pointing out, by the way, Boris Johnson may have killed a lot of British people in terms of his failed response to the pandemic. Like, we don't know, we don't have a counterfactual in terms of how many people are competent administrations, like the lives that could have been saved, right? But he certainly led to more excess deaths than there would be had he not been incompetent, you know? But I will say one thing of Boris Johnson. Do you know how many fucking genocides did he? Sunak and Starmer, those people both have blood on their hands. I mean, I guess that's the problem, Kieran. Like, the age of social media has changed people's relationship to geopolitics. Chances of Kemi's Tories winning the next general election, I think, very low. I mean, probably higher than Reform at this point, but that's true. The big promise that Boris broke was about the oven-ready Brexit plan. That's very true, yeah. And he explicitly lied. Like, we know that it was just like he hoodwinked people and he did it deliberately. When there was the interview with who was it? Guy from the DUP. Guy with the weird face. They all have weird faces. The junior, a junior somebody. His dad was a politician from the DUP. Someone from the 6 counties, please enlighten me. Paisley Jr., that's the one. Yeah, like he was explicit in telling them that he was lying to the public about the Northern Ireland Protocol and that he was going to renegotiate it should he win the election. Like, he was given explicit instructions to the DUP that that was his plan. Mad lad, not maladaptive. That's some excellent autocorrect there. Watching here with the BBC on silent, and they're offering a Fidel Castro representative. Oh, fucking hell, it's 100 years, isn't it? 100-year anniversary. Well, no, like, if the Spanish election, surely Vox are going to be propping up a People's Party coalition. I mean, it's certainly the case that the media is doing Kemi boosterism at the moment, but we'll see. The problem, again, as I've said many times, is the Reform electorate is very specific, and you can't just move them back to the Tories by proxy. You have they are distinct parts of the electorate. They're not the same people. Tories have a tendency to come back like herpes. I mean, they are the most successful political party in human history. The biggest problem is going to be Kemi Badenoch because she's so fucking weird. Because she's a massive weirdo. Again, like, people just assume that right-wing equals right-wing, when Reform voters are very specific. They don't really care about cost of living. They really care about migration. They're more pro-Israel than the Conservative voter base too, which is super interesting. And because the Tory voter base, in plurality, believes Israel's committed genocide out of the 2024 Tory electorate. Like, this is the level to which the Western chauvinism is now a Reform thing rather than like a Tory voter thing, even if Tory politicians are all Western chauvinists, apart from like Edward Lee and Kit Malthouse, apparently. There is a real gap between Reform and Tory voters, and Reform voters probably voted for Johnson in 2019 but didn't vote for Sunak in 2024. They were probably previously UKIP voters in 2015 too. Like, there's a real ideological split here, rather than just like a whole block of centre-right voters who can move between the two, even though none of them are centre-right at this point, really. Come to think of it, my Tory mum and grandparents voted Tory, but think Nigel Farage is a corrupt scumbag. Yeah, 100%. Like, especially the over 65s. Once you get into retirement and you've paid off your mortgage, and you are relying only on retirement income, you become even more risk averse, right? You become super risk averse in your old age. So they don't want to risk. They don't want to press the chaos button, Because, yeah, there are also lots of Reform voters who just want to press the chaos button. They're not actually voting Reform because they necessarily agree with all the policies, even though they probably do want immigration to come down. They believe that all the parties have failed and they want to press the chaos button. Although a lot of these people have, I think, been drawn back to Labour because of Andy Burnham not being as detestable as Keir Starmer. Probably true info, Suj. Also, like, a bunch of Reform voters are people who had their brain broken by social media during the pandemic. Like, the number of people who believed a bunch of COVID conspiracy theories, all Reform voters. We're going to be waiting way, way, way later, Esri. The count is going to be incredibly slow because the ballots are fucking massive because 34 people are standing in the election. So we're probably going to be waiting quite a while until we get any results. A lot too just don't actually know the policies and just choose reform based on sound bites. Yeah, they saw Nigel Farage say "Hawk to it" on their bussy as it claps on TikTok. That's got my vote. The KMU will be too stun-locked to the next general election if she doesn't get 400 plus seats. They've been promised to her by right-wing rags to be able to make a coalition with anybody. I mean, she definitely didn't want she definitely sounded like she didn't want a coalition with Reform when we watched her our interview with George Osborne. No, with Ed Bull, sorry. Same person. Remember when Farage said "Mega Lords R.I.P. Ian Watkins"? I do remember when he said that. No worries, Zach. See you later. 100% Bramepo, yeah. Like, pro-Zionist, pro-Union. I think Kemi at the next election might get a smaller share of the vote but more seats than the Conservative did at the last election, which is very because of voter fragmentation. Kemi actually thinks she is due a historic majority. She's completely isolated to her iPad time. Literally so true. But I support a Labour Green coalition. Yeah, like, now that Starmer's gone, I feel like a coalition government would end up being the case, and access to office, access to be able to form government and be able to direct some amount of policy by forcing Burnham's hand on issues that we care about. Should there be a hung parliament in the next election? Yeah, I'd be down for that. I think that it's more likely that Burnham, if Burnham is going to be able to form a coalition, he'd be able to do it with the Lib Dems without the Greens' help. Anyone who doesn't think Kemi could win in 2029 is severely underestimating the number of cunts in this country. I mean, the other thing as well, the thing is Lumo leads, is that basically the thing that Kemi needs is for interest rates to go up. It's the only thing that determines elections in this country. It's housing theory of everything. Just like I mentioned on the last stream, interest rates are what lost the Tories the 2024 election. Literally nothing else, no other concerns other than interest rates were relevant at the last election. Like, it's just the case because interest rates went up, mortgages were more expensive, and then the mortgage holders moved from Tory to Labour. And if Labour keep interest rates low, which is probably unlikely given the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, but should they keep interest rates low, there'll be no reason for mortgage holders to move back from Labour back to Tory all over again. Again, you look at the numbers, basically the biggest shift in terms of voter groups from 2019 to 2024 was mortgage holders moving from Tory to Labour. That is basically the only thing that matters. It's the only relevant metric. If interest rates stay low, if we can avoid broad kind of inflationary shocks, should the Strait of Hormuz open quickly after the oil reserves were dumped on the global economy by China. If a deal happens before, the oil demand significantly goes up during the autumn and winter months, then interest rates can stay low and Labour will maintain their support of mortgage holders because interest rates will be low. It's the only thing that matters. Literally the only thing that matters. And that maybe is true, Lumo leads, but again, my experience of elections in this country, because basically every single change of government has been driven by a housing market collapse. The change in government in '97 followed Black Wednesday. The change in government in 2010 followed the Great Recession. The change in government in 2024 was because of the mini budget and the inflationary shocks of the Ukraine war. So, like, I don't see how there'll be a change of government without an increase in interest rates. I mean, the only other thing that could potentially swing the election is that if so few young people are on the housing ladder, that the swing electorate starts being renters rather than mortgage holders. Maybe that'll change things. I don't think that'll be the case, because young people are already voting left-wing, and that's not changing. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to get millennials to vote for Kemi Badenoch, do you? Given that millennials are the demographic that's aging into the conservative part of the electorate, and millennials are even more left-wing than Zoomers when you look at broader kind of, I guess, cultural trends and ideological trends, right? They may be more pragmatic, but they're certainly to the left of Zoomers in a lot of cases. Right? Like, then, like, no, there's not going to be like a Kemi naissance for millennial voters. And I mean, unless Kemi can run specifically on, like, bringing down rents, but she won't do that because Kemi needs to win like the fucking votes of older homeowners to be able to maintain the Tory base. Like there's no route to victory for Kemi unless interest rates go up. I don't know, or Oracle. Like we'll have to see. I mean, there's been negotiations between Oman and Iran, but we'll see. So what you're saying is the Bank of England controls democracy. Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, Andrew Bailey can and will tank governments if he wanted to. Like, it's also worth pointing out that Andrew Bailey didn't just tank Liz Truss through increasing interest rates. Might I add, basically with no good reason, because it was a commodity shock rather than a demand shock, right? Like, I don't think there was any reason for him to raise interest rates. But during that time he was raising interest rates, he was also engaging in a giant quantitative tightening program at the same fucking time, right? He was already making it harder, deliberately trying to drive unemployment and make the employment situation in this country even worse through a quantitative tightening program at the same time as increasing interest rates. Like, obviously Liz Truss did stupid things and it's her own fault, but my god, did the Bank of England like because the Bank of England has been fucked over Liz Truss and has been fucking over the whole country ever since. Again, I keep saying I feel sorry for Rachel Reeves, despite the fact that I don't agree with her politically, because it's an impossible situation to be in, where you know you can't win an election if you promise tax rises because the public aren't receptive to that shit, even if it's totally fucking necessary. I think she probably could have done, but that was the internal kind of mythos in the Labour right. She changes the fiscal rules to allow for more like borrowing to invest and does like a bunch of infrastructure investments and invest in the NHS. And all the time she's doing this, she's trying to do borrowing for investment. Andrew Bailey is hitting the make everybody poorer button over and over and over again. The workers must die. Billions must die. Is the Andrew Bailey on the billions must die button. Just make working people sicker and poorer over and over and over again. I mean, I agree, Revelo, but I don't think you can win an election on that. And as soon as you run on Bank of England, of ending Bank of England independence, suddenly there'll be a massive bond market crash or sell-off if you look like you're close to our face. Yeah, 100%, Lewinium. Yeah, 100%. Don't be afraid to collapse the coalition if you feel like that you would make you do something that's bad for you, bad for your policy, right? Like, you can use the collapsing of the coalition as a bargaining chip to force your coalition partner to accept your terms, right? There are certain times when it's reasonable to relent on certain policies, but if it's something that you know your base fucking hate, just collapse the coalition. Nick Clegg should have done it. Nick Clegg should have done it in the 2010s. He should have collapsed the coalition as soon as they asked him to murder poor people, and he didn't because he's a cunt. I mean, Carney was from the QE period rather than the QT period, but I hate having to say like fucking Alistair what's his fucking name? Oh no, I've forgotten already. Andrew Bailey, right? I can't believe I have to say Andrew Bailey in his QT era, because he is in his QT era. 100% Chronic Sunrise, yeah. Like, the Social Democratic Party are absolutely fucking tanking because of their relationship with the CDU. People moving to the Greens, unfortunately, in Germany, and the German Greens fucking suck. And even Die Linke aren't that good. They're just less shit than everybody else. Like, if somebody asks me what my politics are, it's the economic and social policy of Die Linke with the foreign policy of BSW. You'll be hearing about geriatric Zoomers if they just stop automatically going to blaming millennials. I mean, I'm just sick of the generational wars between millennials and Zoomers. We have the same political interests. Let's stick together. Well, at least it's the Belgium as the Workers' Party. Do different countries' green parties vary a lot? In fact, most countries' green parties are very good, right? That's true. That's true. The generational breakdown in terms of voting intention totally collapses in Merseyside because everyone's just a massive lefty because Thatcher, and her managed decline of Liverpool and shit like that. But yet, most Green parties are good. Most Green parties are good. It's just the German Greens suck to a huge degree. Firstly, because they basically ruined the energy system in the run up to the Ukraine war by closing down all the nuclear power stations, and then they went hell for leather for Israel. Annalena Baerbock is like a massive fucking pro-Israel politician. She really sucks. Whereas, the people from Die Linke are slightly less. They're like, two-state solution. Why can't there be peace? Which is, I guess, fine, but it's not a real leftist party like you get in other countries. I mean, the reality. I mean, there's a reason why there's loads of a bunch of green parties around the world want to expel the German Greens from the international green movement because of how fucking Zionist they are. It's interesting how UK youth are going left, but in other European nations they go rightish. I mean, it's an Anglosphere thing, Mudkip Gal. The thing is that I don't think it's necessarily a British thing. It's an Anglosphere thing because young people are actually very left wing in Australia and New Zealand and the United States, but not Canada though. Not Canada for some reason. Young people are actually very fucking shit libby in Canada, but there's a real leftist trend in young people in Australia, New Zealand, Britain, and the United States, and I don't know why. I don't know why. Well, the difference is here. I guess because in Europe there's this kind of natural anti-communism that makes people skeptical, but because none of the Anglosphere countries were ever concerned about potential communist invasions, right, or Marxist-Leninist parties. Men going right, women are going left everywhere. I mean, there are a lot of countries like that, especially in Europe. But in the Anglosphere, just young people are all very left wing, right? Let me try and bring up a poll of how Zoomers vote in Australia. It's fucking crazy. Oceania elects. Trying to get the two-party preferred. I can't find it. Either way, there have been polls showing that the Labour Party in Australia will probably get 80% of the seats if only Zoomers voted. Like the Liberal Party on like they're in the teens or something like that, and with the youth vote in Australia. And also, I think that the European Social Democratic parties are actually incredibly pro-America. They're really kind of cucked to America, and like there's the far right tend to stand up to America. The opposite is true in Britain, right? Like it's only the lefty parties that stand up to America, whereas all of our right-wing parties are all, you know, they're super like down bad for Donald for the they're down bad for Daddy Don. That's how I'll call it. It's good to hear, Green. Young men were a big problem in the election. Yeah, but they weren't voting on ideological lines. They were voting because they saw Donald Trump on the fucking Theo Von podcast or on Joe Rogan. Are Australian Labour centre or centre-left? Like, ostensibly centre-left. They kind of moderated their platform between Short and Albanese. But Albanese's been okay. He's bad on Israel, like every other leftist, like every other social democratic party in the Anglosphere. But, you know, in terms of actual reforms, he's been okay. He's been fine. They flip now that Trump is awful in power again. Yeah, 100%. I think Zoomers will come more conservative, but I don't think millennials will. I think we'll stay pretty left-wing for a while. Nigel Farage tells GB News that he has won the Clacton by-election fairly convincingly. Speaking at a party put on for reform UK voters in Clacton, Farage says, "I have managed to beat the establishment candidate of the man with a bin on his head." Like, I think that the big things that I would have as wins for the ALP are the collective bargaining rights they put in, Future Made in Australia policy, and the Housing Australia Future Fund. If Zoomers can't get property, they won't go right. I mean, they might go far right, though. If they get sold the idea that their lack of housing security has been caused by immigrants, then they will move right. Establishment, yeah. Different generational experiences, Mr. Seller. Like, millennials grew up angry at being promised good things and having it taken away by 2008. Zoomers have grown up entirely in a world where everything's already dead and there's no future, right? Which tends towards nihilism rather than political activism. You know, just know Farage's small ego has been deeply wounded by having wasted the summer campaigning against Binface. Literally, there were reform fucking canvassers on Twitter today going, "We got up at 5 AM to knock on doors in Clacton," and I'm just like, great, to fight a man dressed as a bin. That's the thing, they might have not signed the recall petition, which would be very funny to win him. And that's true, that's true, I think, yeah. Well, you see very few autistic right-wing people. No, the general election was 58% Chronic Sunrise. There's a bunch of, like, conservative social values creeping into Zoomer culture, right? Like, tradwife stuff and sprinkle and female dating strategy and like really kind of strict gender roles have really kind of come back in a big way when it comes to Zoomer dating. It's really really toxic, incredibly toxic. That's mostly what I've seen from like Zoomer, like cultural stuff. There's a lot of cultural conservatism coming back, and that could lend to political conservatism as well. Yeah, it is true, isn't it, NZ? Yeah. And that could also be true, BD, that's true. Oh, thank you for the mentioning. Thank you for the £5, Aaron. Prioritization ballot is open. Don't forget to rank emotions, fellow Greens. Indeed, if you're a Green Party member in chat, First of all, if you're not, what are you doing? Make sure you join the Green Party, join Greens Organise, get involved, come to the conference. But if you are already a Green member, make sure that you vote in your prioritisation ballot for conference so we can make sure we have the motions that we want to get heard. Obviously, I support Zionism as racism going high up on the agenda, but I need to go and check my prioritisation ballot myself. We might go over it on stream when there's not a by-election happening. But yes, thank you for the reminder. I heard that too, Jessica. Like, I saw a bunch of Zoomers legitimately, like, dogpiling this girl who proposed to her boyfriend on Twitter, or I guess fiance now. And they were all like, can never be me. Like, you're usurping a man's role. You're so embarrassing for proposing to a man. Oh, I can't believe you do that. Like, insanely toxic shit. Like, super, like, hyper gender roles. It's really not good. It's really not good. Dating has been entirely fucked by the apps, though, and I think that's a big part of the story when it comes to Zoomer traditionalism. That probably is true as well, yeah. What does the British left need? For me to be given gifted memberships and super chats. That's what the British left needs. This is TikTok mostly, Nathan, but... What's crazy about Zoomer conservatism, the framing is like both it's like neoliberal girl boss feminism having turned into a dating strategy. It's really fucking weird. So for example, like, they say men have to pay for the dates because because the relationship is basically transactional, and if I'm paying money to look nice because I've put on makeup or whatever, it's only fair that the man pays for it. I'm like, well, you chose to do that. No one forced you to put on makeup and, go like ultra feminine. Like, most guys will probably still date you if you turn up in a t-shirt and jeans at your date. Like it used to be normal in the 90s and 2000s, right? Jeans were normal. Girls allowed did music videos in jeans and strappy tops, right? Like, that was normal for people just to wear out, rather than like the hyper gendered kind of fashion that we have nowadays. But that's a story for another time either way. But then they're also just like, well, I should be supported by my man because of the work that I do by giving birth. And I'm like, well, first of all, not everyone has kids, and second of all, again, that's a choice that you've made. That doesn't mean that the man suddenly has to be your provider. Again, it's just conservative, like, bioessentialist traditionalism seeping into, like, supposedly, like, emancipatory, like, girl boss feminism, and, like, treated like a market transaction. It's very, very strange. Very strange. No, seriously, pseudonymous. There are loads of girls on from like the younger generations who are obsessed with not paying for anything. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. And I'm like, oh, men should be a provider. And I'm like, no one has any fucking money. Like, how do you expect somebody to be a provider in this fucking job market? And people wonder why they're fucking single. Jesus. What's my background? I studied astrophysics at university. Most of my political education happened between 2017 and today. I'm just gonna get a drink, one sec, chat. Capitalist girl boss feminism is preying on our collective financial instability by providing a dreamy whitewash idea of the past and trying to sell that as the ideal that will fix people's lives. Yeah, like, and like the capitalist market logic seeping its way into dating actually makes me want to go. I mean, I'm so glad that I'm a lesbian. I'm so glad I'm a lesbian because if I was straight, I legitimately would not be able to date. And I can't date anybody because, you know, A, who wants to, and second of all, like I'm busy with literally my entire ass life that I've got going on. Right, I've not even paid attention to dating at all. But like, if I was having to do straighting, I would not be able to. It would be totally, I would be completely lost. The OnlyFans transactionalization of dating. Yeah, that's how it feels. What a bisexual. Oh, you've not heard the discourse going, dog. Like the latest TikTok discourse is straight girls who insist that their claim that they will never date a bisexual man isn't biphobic. That's the latest discourse, chat. I do apologize to having it inflicted this upon you, because I'm sure you are, as connoisseur YouTube viewers, above having to get engaged in the TikTok discourse. But for my sins, I have engaged. The current discourse is that apparently loads of straight women will refuse to date bisexual men, and none of them believe they have any internalized biphobia or homophobia. And it's true, it isn't new discourse, but like, it's the current discourse. It's circled back around, as you say. And circled back around to dowries and bride prices. Yeah, but girl boss dowries, right? It's not. She's not a bride. She's a prize, right? It's not. They've not. Yeah, like they're winning something, you know. There isn't a difference between bi and pansexual, in my opinion. They're the same thing. Uh, in like in actual reality, you know. I mean, they literally treat it like a product on a market. It's detestable. It's incredibly detestable. We should probably just do like the no justice chat census like Hassan does. Literally Chronic Sunrise. So fucking true. So true. Yep, that was the part of the biphobia that the TikTokers were all talking to Anonymous. I mean, I wish I could do that, Edward. It would be nice. But all my friends down the pub all play Magic the Gathering. So. Yeah, exactly, Tom. That's always been the case in my experience. Did you watch the trans debate they had on trigonometry? I know you don't like them, but it was worth watching. I didn't watch. I saw a clip come up, and I saw it was Helen Weberly, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna go so fucking badly," because she doesn't know what she's fucking talking about. It's so frustrating because Helen Weberly, her heart's in the right place. She genuinely cares, and she doesn't know what she's talking about. Helen Weberly's just rubbish. She's not good at debating. She's not good at arguing the points, and all she does is like do like chop logic, circular reasoning to justify a bunch of stuff that gets easily picked apart. And she keeps doing it, and she's the only one who keeps saying yes to getting invited on because she's the only one who'll defend it. And so she keeps fueling the anti-trans culture wars by being a willing participant. And I know she's doing it because she cares, but she's just really bad at it, and I want her to stop. Neoliberalism and woke one mean that Gen Z was sold a lot of myopia as a life strategy. Like, you're meant to be obsessed with yourself and treat others purely on the basis of what they can do for you. I guess, yeah, neoliberal market logic, 100%, yeah. Trigonometry might be the most viscerally repulsive podcast going. Wish I could be nice. Fucking hell, those people deserve some kind of painful disease. I mean, I certainly feel that way about Constantine kissing. Like, he's a real fucking asshole. Like, genuinely detestable, impossible to watch. Francis Foster is kind of funny because he's just like the guy who used to do the show with James Whale, just like the trained monkey who doesn't know what's going on and just pulls very confused faces all the time. You know what? You know, he's living his good life. He's living like Francis Foster is living the good life as the spare part. And you know what? You know, fair play to the guy. Yeah, literally, Trusty. That's the vibe that I got from a bunch of straights on straight Zoomer girls. I mean, that's like there was the always the insinuation, Jack, from the language. I agree with that kind of that understanding of what the verbiage looks like it means, but it's in practicality, it's most bi people just date whatever. John Craig appears to now know who Cam Binface is. Wonder if they'll get some interviews. Straight to women aren't much better. I mean, that is true. That is true, right? But I feel like the level to which the a bunch of I hate like this sounds maybe sound terrible, but I just feel really sorry for a bunch of a lot of the Zoomer men who genuinely try, who do have like an egalitarian and feminist worldview, getting rebuked from what they've been taught about women's emancipation from millennial teachers and millennial parents and Gen X parents or whatever it is, and then they're facing down a generation who have put all of that feminism and like abolishing of gender roles into the fucking bin. It's true, but like Francis being stupid is funny. It's funny and endearing to me because he's just such an idiot. I mean, that's a difference, right, Kieran? That's like an orientationary thing, right? You're not judging someone for their personality or who they are, like, or who they are, right? Like, if it's a physicality that you can't gel with, then it's perfectly reasonable. Or someone in chat asked me what my most expensive magic card is. I can tell you, it's right on my desk in my Canlander deck. I can show you that since you asked so nicely. Bear with me, chat. High quality gender slop. It's so true, so true. I mean, literally, no one. It's not changed my life at all. I guess it's I've always thought I didn't pass, and then people kept telling me they never knew I was trans until they'd watched the stream and I mentioned it. So clearly, clearly I pass better than I think that I do, at least on a screen. But at no point ever ever in my life has anyone ever taken issue with me ever using any toilets. So I think it's just cultural neoliberalism and the politics of selfishness. But yes, if you want to, I think it was Minzy. It was you asked what my most expensive magic card is, and it is this foil copy of Force of Will that I bought myself as a birthday present. All men legally required to be femboys. So true, literally so true. That is basically what's happened, Mudkip, in my experience. How much? It was exactly £50. Although there's just a lot of expensive cards in my Canlander deck. It's mostly foil now. I dare not tally up the cost of this all being in foil. Buying yourself things, literally, I'm such a capitalist. Chat's cortisol spikings in magic mods. You sure have. For anyone who's interested, I'm gonna put the deck list for my Canadian Highlander deck, my Canadian Highlander deck, into the chat so people can have a butcher's hook at the thing that I play, the deck I play for Magic the Gathering. Thank you, Unknown, for the £5 super chat. I once had a guy follow me into the women's toilets. I'm a trans guy, and this was before I came out. Poor guy was horrified because I was a child. Jesus. I mean, I think there's just going to be a lot of people getting accosted in toilets on the grounds of people following the rules, especially trans guys following the rules and them looking very out of place. But I think most people are just going to ignore them. Sorry, I'm just making sure the deck list is correct before I post it. So I've just changed a couple of cards out of it. Make sure the list is correct. Oh no, I have accidentally put an extra card in that I already changed. What did I change? What did I put? What did I take out for Ultima? Already forgotten. Oh no, I think that's correct now. There we go. I'll post the link to the deck list in chat. There basically is no punishment. There's basically no punishment for being in the wrong toilet. You just get asked to leave by the staff, but there's no way of them being able to tell whether you're trans or not, so nothing ever happens. I guarantee it won't be a national issue until cis women are being accused of being trans in bathrooms, which is the obvious thing that's going to happen, you know? But even then, it's going to be butch lesbians that it happens to, and those butch lesbians will also be ignored because, you know, once they've got down one pillar of the queer community, they'll come for the others. Any thoughts on Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't think it's a good game. I do not think it's a well-designed game. In the US, in turf states, trans men are organizing compliance events where they go to the bathroom. They're legally required to do so to raise awareness of how stupid it is. I did see that. I did see that. Oh my god, that'd be so fucking funny, 16. What about Pokemon? I think Pokemon is slightly better than Yu-Gi-Oh! I still think that basically all of the games, every trading card game I've tried to play has all just been shitty Magic, in my opinion, in terms of the functionality of the game. And like, Magic is shitty Magic right now, but I still prefer it to all the others. I knew people who played the MLP card game. Thank you for the 20 gifties, Rob. Appreciate the support. I love winning on turn 1 in Yu-Gi-Oh! Though. I mean, I love winning on turn 1 in Magic, but only in certain situations, right? Like, if I'm playing Legacy and I'm playing like Reanimator and I've made my Siren Talent on turn 1, you know, it's fun. It's the force of will unmask a game who's got what, right? But given the interplay and the counteraction in terms of OTKs in Yu-Gi-Oh! Make it significantly less interactive, I just have no interest in playing it. Likewise, the lack of interaction in Pokemon is boring. I mean, you can just proxy, Aaron. Unless you're planning on playing tournaments. If you're just going to be playing Magic casually with friends, you can just proxy. Like, if people who are going to Green Party Conference want to proxy up some Canadian Highlander decks and play some games, I'm well down for it. I'm well down for, like, finding a night of conference and trying to organise a bunch of Magic players to go and play some games. As long as it's not Commando. What's your predicting Andy Burnham's policy is the biggest issue of the country? I don't know. Like, I'm assuming he's just going to go heavier on the devolution. I'm just interested to hear what his plans are for nationalisation, or if that even happens. If it's not just like more better regulation from like the levels of public control. Quote unquote. We literally don't know, so we'll have to see. I'm assuming we'll know more at conference. Elena, stop indoctrinating the youth into Magic the Gathering. I mean, it's the loneliness epidemic is going to be beaten in local game stores. I promise you, the best way to make friends and have fun in the era of no third spaces and in the era of the loneliness epidemic is to start playing trading card games. I guarantee you it's like 100% success rate. The following day in the news, Green Party Conference holding training camp for foreign militias. Literally. Trade unions better than trading cards. Now that is a fact. So true. Locals in Trinidad do be popping, but just not have the time to go. You're chatting in from Trinidad. Well, welcome to the No Justice stream. Always wanted to go to Trinidad. And definitely not just to go and watch like the Caribbean 2020. I definitely want to go for other reasons too. And I'm not being joking. I do genuinely want to go to Trinidad, but I will also go to the Caribbean T20 while I'm there as well, because I also want to go to that. But again, you can just proxy the cards. You can just proxy the cards, Jags. It's all good. You buy one board game once, you play it forever. No, I don't like RPGs, unfortunately, Kieran. I'm too competitive. I need to be able to win. That's why I like elections so much. I like winning. No, Commander, what are your thoughts on cube? I have a cube. I have a cube. It's down here, actually. The irony, Pineapple, is that my cube, despite having just disparaged Pokemon, my cube is in Pokemon boxes. It's got Vulpix on it. Any good board game recommendations? My favorites are Puerto Rico. I love Splendor and Codenames as like more party focused games. But if I'm gonna play board games, I'm always down for like Puerto Rico is just my absolute favorite. Spent more time in London than in Tobago. Interesting. Totally random, but what music do you like? I know that this is a really, really cringe answer, but everything. I genuinely, I tend to not really concern myself with genres. I listen to specific bands from specific genres because I feel like in most genres there's like one band or one artist that's better than all the others. You know, like, is there a better progressive metal band than Opeth? Probably not. Is there a better like mathcore band than the Dillinger Escape Plan? Probably not. Right? No. Is there a better grime artist than JME? Probably not. Right? Like, so I tend to listen to my favorite artists from all loads of different genres, but. Yeah, Andrewism is Trinidadian, I believe, yeah. Ever listens to Wargasm? No, but I remember that the lead singer from Wargasm used to do interpretation videos. Speaking of the interpretation videos, do you know the interpretation of Pull Harder on the Strings of Yamato by Trivium, right? That's 20 years old. It was 20 years old last month. On the 2nd of July, 2026, the interpretation of Trivium, yeah, the Yare Cleaves Broken Dwarf, Boat Rudder Strange Mountain, that is 20 years old. 2 decades old. Attention, duelists, have a super chat. Thank you for the 15 euros, Bramo Po. Appreciate the support. Favorite Dillinger Escape Plan album? Ironworks. There's a lot of Passion Pit and Björk today. Love Björk. You like everything? Name every single ska punk band. Oh, my favorite ska punk band is Sonic Boom 6. I'll give you that. If you're just tuning in, by the way, to the stream, welcome. I would cover more about the by-election, but nothing's happening because the ballots are huge and it's taking ages to count. I saw Citizen Fish supporting Random Hand in like 2013. Hammersmith, or was it Shepherd's Bush? I forget. Might have been Hammersmith. But I definitely saw Citizen Fish supporting Random Hand. I'm making people make friends in the No Justice chat. They're gonna go to the gig together. That's an order. Like 16 Jacobs Creams and Tom Isaacs, you must go to the gig together. I command you to do so. Do you have this idea that Andy Burnham policies are a modernization of Gordon Brown's politics? I mean, it is all kind of very brown eye in terms of its rhetoric, isn't it? Yeah, I'm also kind of hungry as well, Minzy. My bangers and mash tonight was good. I'm gonna go see Primus, apparently, Calamity. I know this palette is not the normal size, but there must have been a better way, surely. I mean, increase the deposit that you have to puff up to be able to stand as a candidate. It's not increasing inflation in 20 years. But 40 years. It was in 1980s, wasn't it? It was made £500, right? I'm not kissing anyone. I just want to watch Les Claypool shred on bass. You are literally, Tom, you're literally the meme of like the guy who's at his laptop with the girls like pressing their boobs into his face from it's like the image. It's an image macro from like 20 years, from like 15, 20 years ago. It's a real kind of 2000s image macro, that one. Should we do some politics, by the way, chat? I've been yapping for like an hour. We're getting, remember, it's a deposit, Chronic Sunrise, right? You get it back if you get over 5%. Any idea what time the results expected? It's results expected at like 6 a.m. No, Primus sucks is the answer to that question, Tom. You know that the answer is Primus sucks. That's literally the joke. Favorite Tool album? 10,000 Days. So I'm gonna put this cube down now. It's been sitting on my lap for like the last 10 minutes. I mean, the piles of ballots have suggested that Nigel Farage has won already, but we knew that was going to happen, so... Favorite Dream Theater album? Train of Thought. I'm so glad I couldn't work at Boomtown because of meetings I had booked. My friends working there dying from the dust at the moment. I mean, I do love Boomtown, but I would not be able to go to a festival in this level of heat. What manner of cube? It's basically like standard power level, like mid-rangey. Oh, Binface claims Farage committed electoral fraud and used family voting. I mean, that would be peak memes if he did. I'm gonna say County Cork Pepsi scrolls specifically because of the guy from Cork, the TD from Cork, who got famous in Jamaica for sounding West Indian. I mean, that's true, Sam. He did, but. It doesn't really say the rough percentages to refuck tunes, but maybe we'll get some, maybe something's happening on Twitter that will tell me. Well, this is the clip that we were talking about before that was going around.
Have you won?
Yes.
You have won?
Yeah, very convincingly. I've managed to beat the establishment candidate.
You haven't.
Well, it's just funny that he has to keep running with this. Like, he's got no other choice but to just continue saying that Count Binface is the establishment. Like, he can't even name him. He can't even name him because he knows it would be ridiculous. Because, yeah, obviously, you haven't beaten the establishment candidate. It's a guy with a fucking bin on his head.
Yet seen off the threat of an inquiry into this gift.
2,000 trees was... this year was ridiculous. It was 35 plus every day, and I was working in the Axiom tent. During the Bronx set, the temp inside the tent was over 50 while I was catching non-stop crowd surfers. I mean, I love the Bronx, but I don't think I would be able to deal with being 50 degrees inside a fucking tent.
You had from a crypto billionaire. What's the point of all this?
Who cares? Who cares? The voters of Clacton don't care. Look, Labour, Lib Dem and Conservative canvassers have been out for Binface. You know.
Oh, he said the name. He said the guy's name rather than just the establishment candidate. I mean, but you see what I mean when I said before that if people started campaigning for him for Binface, like Nigel Farage would be able to use it as a justification for the idea that it was an establishment stitch up because they're all backing the like, yeah, it literally has totally undermined the claims of him being a joke candidate if he's actually being backed by the fucking Tories, you know?
They're not going to win. The Unity Party aren't going to win. They will not call a second by-election here. They'd be stupid to do so.
Have you won?
Yes.
You have won?
Yeah, very convincing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, the reality is that when you look at the polling, people absolutely do care. Like, he is literally the politician who most people feel like is the most slimy and on the take, you know? It's his obvious, like, character. Like, all the voters of Clacton don't care. Yeah, of course they don't care. They elected you the first time. It's a captured electorate. Well, the question, of course, is the second by-election, there will be the Tory standing, so there will be an actual contest. Jack Dart arranged a canvassing day. Jack Dart is like, I'm sorry, if there's, like, Jack Dart is literally the biggest lolcow on the internet. Like, he just is. He's, like, and it's so obvious. It's so obvious, like, especially his Starmerite grift, you know, his, like, holding Burnham to account anti-Starmerite grift was literally entirely, like, a plan to try and drag Starmerites over to the Lib Dems by claiming that Labour had undermined them by removing Starmer. You know, it was obvious what he was doing, because he's a Lib Dem councillor. Well, was a Lib Dem councillor. And you know what, like, fine, whatever, Jack Dart's a bit of a meme, like, it's a entrism, and this has it's a legitimate political strategy. It's just funny that they all take him seriously. It's very funny, despite his politics being extremely unserious. He's not a sensible adult in the room. Rupert Lower said Restore would stand in the second by-election. Yep, the Restore could take a lot of votes, yeah. It's stupid, isn't it, BD? But again, there's a cult. They believe that the problem is a cultural elite rather than an economic elite. And as I said before, the cultural elite that they have kind of intuited is just the fact that they have a different politics to young people because they're all old, and that means that they don't recognize their politics in the politics of the people who are making cultural content. Genuinely scared of the possibility of Farage and Lowe making some sort of pact. Apparently that's not happening anymore. Like, the chance of a pact happening is basically zero now because Charlie Downs won't quit and they hate him because he's critical of Israel. It's a proper, like, groyperm. I sleep well, Edward. When could the second by-election be roughly? Well, it just depends on when the Parliamentary Standards investigation is completed. We'll have to see. Apparently John Craig was interviewing Cam Binface. I guess we have to watch this. It's fine for him to hate gays, trans Muslims, black people, but criticizing Israel as fascism. And that's basically, I mean, you look at the response to the Nazi or the ex-Nazi standing for the Tories, like, literally zero people are questioning any of the shit that he says about Muslims and trans people or about Somalians or Asians or whatever. It's, you don't hate Jewish people anymore. That's the only minority that we care about.
Well, you're right about that, because
candidates, including Count Binface, who spoke with my colleague John Craig earlier.
Count Binface, who I interviewed at Makerfield a few weeks back, you got 95 votes at Makerfield. I think you're going to get more here, but I don't think you're going to win.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that, John. Firstly, yes, it's lovely to see you again. We meet again at last. Last time, you didn't even know who I was. Have you worked it out this time? There's 34 names on the ballot. Have you figured out who I am?
Yeah, I have now, yes.
Excellent. Well, then we're on a good start. There we go.
Good start, yes.
And you mentioned Makerfield. I got 0.2% in that election. And let's just say, speculate that I managed to keep my deposit, which would be a nice start, 5%. I make that a 2,500% swing to Binface in 2 months. I think that's the greatest swing in British political history, but you probably...
And also, like, I think it would be really historic in terms of the first time an actual joke meme candidate has kept their deposit, given that we might look into, like, the 10-15% kind of margin. I mean, lots of polls showed, like, 20%, but I find that kind of unbelievable. The idea that a joke candidate in any election would get as many as, 10 to 15% of the vote and keep their deposit is a historic moment in and of itself, right? Especially historic given that this might be a potential future prime minister that's looking less likely, having fought the challenge of his life against a man with a bin on his head. We're getting historic moments every single time we tune into the news today.
know better than me.
I'm not sure about that. Anyway, why did you stand here in Clacton?
That's where the election was, John.
Right, but why? I mean, is it a publicity?
Oh, look, can't you see?
Yes, I can see that. Is it a publicity stunt, or did you really hope to win?
No, that's a bit mean. No, it's about taking part in celebrating British democracy, like in our chat in Makerfield. Isn't it wonderful that if you wanted to, you could stand in election? Any of these lovely photographers, anybody in Britain can stand for election, no matter what you believe or what you look like. It's brilliant. So I want to do that with my fully costed manifesto, and I'm on the up. I mean, who was I to think in Makerfield that I would suddenly become His Majesty's official opposition. But here we are.
You mentioned.
I also love how, like, in both the John Craig interview before and the John Craig interview now, he just hasn't understood the concept of a parody candidate at all here. Just very strange. It's like, what do you think you could win? Well, no, he's standing here because he's trying to mock the fact that Nigel Farage called a stupid by-election, right? Of course, he is somebody who heralds British democracy as somebody who can always compete as a joke candidate because of the way in which that we have an open ability to be able to get onto the ballot paper just by having enough nominators in the constituency and 500 quid, right? That is, of course, a level of access that you don't get in many other countries. But in this by-election, his profile is specifically high because of the nature of the by-election. Like, you know that, John. Why are you dancing around the pin on this one? You have to admire it in this heat. In Clacton, in what I'm assuming, given how sweaty John Craig's head is an incredibly sweltering school gym sports hall thing, right? You know what? Fair play to the guy. He must be absolutely roasting in there.
The manifesto. I read your manifesto. It looks a bit more serious than the last time. Tell us what are the highlights of your manifesto?
All he's been doing is research. Not only has he looked at the latest manifesto, he looked at the old manifestos as well. Didn't even know who he was last time.
Here.
Yes, oh, well, thank you for reading it, John. That's fantastic. that makes a change.
Well, I had to after you ticked me off for not knowing enough about you.
Well, I think I was a fair ticking off, to be honest, don't you? But, well, I make a series of fully costed important policies, from capping bus fares at £1.99 and 99 flakes at 99p, to retaining my pledge to build at least one affordable house, but tallying that with Clacton-specific measures, such as improving Walton Pier, and making sure that MPs who resign mid-Parliament without changing parties are barred from the resulting by-election, which would save the taxpayer a lot of money. Plus, of course, energy companies, oil and gas companies, to pay for solar panels for everyone, a policy from Jack, age 10. How about it?
I love how, like, the one policy that he didn't make is, like, the woke policy, which is interesting. I guess it shows who Cam Binface appeals to. Also, thank you, Jack H10, for wanting to hold the oil and gas companies accountable. We couldn't have done it without you.
You're being quite serious, though, some of these policies, aren't you?
Well, why not? I mean, I think nationalising Adele is as serious as it gets, because...
Have you spoken to her?
Well, I'm hoping she might reach out to Sky News. I mean, why not? I mean, the Exchequer needs a hit. And I think to back Adele before she releases her new album would be huge. But, of course, look at this here. You just said at the beginning of this interview that Nigel Farage is claiming victory. But
he is.
Well, in that case, it's going to be a two-legged match, like the Carabao Cup or the Cold War, because we're going to be back again in a few weeks, aren't we? Well, so we'll see what happens then.
He says that if they forced another by-election, the establishment, as he says...
You mean me?
Yeah, well, he calls you the establishment candidate. He's said in the last half hour or so, at some party he's having with his supporters, that he's beaten the establishment candidate. I assume he means you.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because one of the candidates was a sitting MP, formerly an MEP, architect of Brexit, one of the most significant British politicians of the last 20 years, and reputedly a member of the East India Gentlemen's Club, which to this day does not admit women. Now, if that's not the establishment, I'd like to know what is, because I'm a lone wolf space warrior.
I mean, an establishment lone wolf space warrior. I mean, it just again show just how out of touch that kind of voting electorate is. That they genuinely buy the stuff that Farage says about him being an anti-establishment candidate. But then again, as I pointed out earlier on in the stream, their idea of an establishment, of a cultural establishment that doesn't like their kind of traditionalist conservatism, is an understanding that they have, because the kind of more kind of cultural what's the word I'm looking for? Groupthink, I guess? Like, the cultural groupthink at the moment is significantly more liberal than what their conservative beliefs are. But that's just because younger people tend to be more liberal, and younger people tend to make most of kind of the cultural media in this country, right? And so of course it's out of touch with what boomers want, because those older people have totally different values, or on average they have different values. And what it used to be like is that culture would move on because there weren't that many retirees and there were loads of working age people. Culture would move on. A bunch of old people, the Mary Whitehouses of this world, would bang their gavels and rant about it, and everyone would ignore them. And now, instead of it being a very small number of retired people who get angry at the world moving on, we now have a giant glut, a huge glut of retirees in this country because it's the baby boomer generation. There are loads of baby boomers because of the fact that, hence the name, there was a baby boom, and so they have stopped becoming an unignorable part of the population and have instead become the demographic that chooses basically who becomes prime minister, because there's so many of them and they're so politically important and they vote in large numbers, but also impossible to be able to ignore when it comes to cultural criticism, right? The reason why there are some people who talk about things like, well, the world is changing, the country's changing, I don't recognize it, is because, well, there's enough of them that it matters that they say it. There's enough of them that you notice when they say it. When, you know, if it was 50 years ago, when the population of retired people was kind of quarter of the percentage of the population as it was now, or something like that, they could be ignored. But then you can't ignore these people now. The zeitgeist is exactly the word I was looking for, Fruit Chew, yeah? The zeitgeist. The cultural zeitgeist.
You went to Oxford University, though, didn't you? That's a bit posh.
I've parked above it in my spaceship, but I don't know what you mean. I mean, I'll tell you what, I haven't plagiarised any research. How about them apples?
Well, you mentioned the bus fare cap. Andy Burnham's done that. Did you steal that?
The whole point, John, is it's a parody of the policy. How do you not get that the whole point of the bus fare cap being lower than Andy Burnham by 1p is a joke? Although I did like the Binface got the Jason Arde quip in there too. See? He doesn't just attack people on the right. Nigel. And he's also attacked like Corbyn and Polanski. He repeated like the anti-Semitism smears against Corbyn, for example, despite them being total nonsense. And Nigel Farage tried to claim that he was some kind of woke lefty, and like, he's just a liberal.
Policy from him.
No, I upgraded it. He went £2. I think the people of Clacton deserve better. £1.99. Funded through a windfall tax on cosy crime novels written by celebrities. It's perfect.
Tell us who your colleague is. Your assistant, your spin doctor.
Yes.
Who are you, please?
I'm Recyclone B. I'm the strategist.
A strategist. And does she give you all your policies, or they're yours? What's your role exactly? He called you a spin doctor a little earlier.
Yeah, well, I have many, many talents.
Yes, and I can activate her within 45 minutes, just like any spin doctor.
Not on live TV, thanks.
Not like that.
See, it's like an interview. When I bumped into Count Binface on the tube, which is a thing that happened in Bermondsey Tube, between Bermondsey and London Bridge, I bumped into Count Binface, and I recognised him because I'd obviously done the research on who he was. And I think this was the person who was sitting next to him on the tube. Fun fact, I bumped into Count Binface. And at no point did I think, can I get you on stream? Should have done. Those Binface clips go gangbusters. Hang on a minute. Recyclone B. I didn't realise they were that dark woke. It's not even dark woke, it's just dark to call yourself Recyclone B. I can't believe it took me that long to get the joke until I looked into the chat and someone had pointed out the play on words. Well, that was unexpected. That's genuinely funnier than anything Binface has said. I mean, it's certainly significantly more cutting. Well, Count Binface's joke, Jim, is because that his race that he's from outer space is the Recyclons, right? But then she said that she was Recyclon B.
Cheeky, John. Cheeky. Getting into the swing of it. I like it.
Oh yes. So I mean, you're gonna have a long wait for the result here, aren't you? And you're gonna get hot in that costume.
Aren't you going to get hot in that beautiful suit of yours?
Well, it's not that beautiful.
It's very dapper. I mean, you going to have a cold shower halfway through?
It's hot up here, but actually in the press room it's very cool. So
oh, you lucky man.
Oh yes.
The
yes,
fourth estate. You see everybody.
Well now you're going to say we're the establishment.
Well, exactly.
See, you agree with Nigel Farage. He's been hitting out at newspapers like the Sunday Times and others that have criticised him over his what Kemi Badenoch calls his fishy finances.
Yes.
Are you saying that we journalists are the establishment, like he does?
Well, I mean, you're called the fourth estate. It sounds pretty established.
No, I've always thought that was a rather silly term.
But it is true, though, isn't it? So that's pretty establishment. But why shouldn't the Sunday Times look into his £5 million donations? What's he hiding? It's interesting.
What do you think about the...
Well, that's the thing, right, is that the only reason why that they can be the establishment in this case is because they went from Farage boosters in the run-up to Farage looking like the heir apparent to the next government, because he was 10 points ahead in the polls or whatever under Keir Starmer, to understanding that the goose is cooked and wanting to make sure that they boosted Kemi instead, as they look like that she was on the road to potentially being the main challenger to Andy Burnham, and they wanted to get close to her to be able to get the good copy to be able to report on. Like, the press are the establishment. They always basically have been, because they work in the interests of capital, because they're owned by capital, you know? Can someone explain the joke / pun that's so dark or whatever? I unironically don't get it. So, Recyclon B sounds a lot like Zyklon B, which is the brand name of the lethal gas used in the Holocaust. That's why the joke is dark, for people who don't know. But the polls were saying that in Fosuge, right? He was the heir apparent because it looked like the polls were going to continue to keep him as being the candidate coming through up the middle as the establishment parties went down, as the duopoly collapsed. Badenoch was weirdly well liked in Ipsos's recent likability poll, and she has been for quite a while, actually. Again, that's why I think they got Kemi boosterism on the brain, because like she was previously on like a -20, and she slowly crept up to around like +3. So they think that they can get on her good side and get her elected like they did with Starmer. Because there's been precious little criticism of Kemi at all. She's basically breezed through without any opposition from the media whatsoever.
The fact that he's got this inquiry by the Standards Commissioner and then the Standards Committee.
Well, the thing which makes me curious, and I'm interested to get a journalist's view on this, is that there was a report in one of the papers, I believe, a speculation that the Reform UK strategists believed that by calling this by-election preemptively, it would avert the need for a by-election after the result of the Parliamentary Standards Committee. Now, I'm a space warrior from Sigma 9 with a fixation for CFAX and Lovejoy, but even I knew...
Lovejoy, that's going back a bit.
Exactly, but even I knew...
Dennis McShane.
Lovely.
No, not Dennis McShane. He was the MP, wasn't he?
Ian McShane.
Ian McShane,
Come on,
yes.
John. It's like a university challenge. But, you know what I'm saying is that even if I knew that wouldn't work, how would a putative government in waiting not know how Parliament works? I find that fascinating.
Well, you're right about that, because the fact...
It's almost like they've never actually cared about getting into office for quite a while, and they always wanted to be a pressure group moving the Tories rightward, or whiteward? I mean, Freudian slip there. Moving the Tories rightward is what they cared about, and they at best thought they would be a junior partner in a coalition until the Tories totally collapsed when they were successful in Roncon and Helsby, and they were successful in the local elections last year and this year. And then suddenly it was all like, oh, we need to professionalise the party, right? That was the whole thing, you know? But, of course, these people have never been elected. These people are basically all brand new politicians in lots of cases. So yeah, like of course they don't know how Parliament works. They don't care how Parliament works. They're not there to do governance. They're not there to be elected politicians in the interest of the public. They're there for grifting in their career and to move the Overton window rightwards and hopefully get the Conservative Party mimicking their ideology.
The rules, and I've studied them, say that if a person leaves Parliament for whatever reason, illness or whatever reason, it's paused, the inquiry suspended, but then if they get back into Parliament, it's resumed.
Exactly. So hold on to your popcorn, everyone, because the second leg in Clacton, which I prophesied, I said to the people of Clacton, vote Binface and you would save approximately 350 grand on a second by-election. So I reckon, how about this? He said Reform would pay for the second one. Maybe Nigel could pay for it out of his 5 million. That'd be nice.
Mr Farage has said this.
Or how about we don't have a second by-election by electing Cam Binface, or Nigel Farage just leaves Parliament forever and never returns? Weird Aussie outsider observation. Why does Britain have this kind of intellectual cultural bubble like University Challenge and Only Connect? You seem to like a nerd in Britain. Also, you have a giant university sector. We have sort of a giant university sector, so it's really kind of exploded in recent times, since 1997. Please throw up the Farage Fest coverage. This is the funniest thing I've seen in ages. Jenga Connect 4 and about 10 people. Butlins for Nazis. Maybe we'll come over after we've watched the rest of this interview.
Week that if there was a second by-election, that would be silly, and tonight he said it would be stupid. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm glad he's not saying that this by-election's silly, which of course it isn't. It's a very fair and positive campaign between two rival candidates to rule the country. I mean, next time you'd have all these silly novelty parties like the Liberal Democrats involved. I mean, who needs that?
But what do you think about the fact that 34...
I mean, again, I've been face skeptical, but if he wants to mock the Liberal Democrats because, of course, they're not a real party and they suck, you know what, Binface? Maybe you're not as much of a shitlib as I thought you were. You know, maybe you're not quite the shitlib that I assumed you were. You don't like the Lib Dems either. You know what? Fair play.
That it's here.
Well, I mean, you might think that that is a circus, but A, it was predictable. I mean, I've done my research. I saw what happened to David Davis in 2008, before my time. But
I remember it.
Yeah, you go. Were you there?
No, but I remember it.
Why not?
Because I'm not sure. Somebody else must have covered it. I can't remember now.
Oh, I see.
But he got... let me get this right. The turnout there was 34%. It's rumoured to be about 43% here. And he got 72% of the votes, Mr Davis.
Yes.
I mean, Mr Farage may get something like that here, mightn't he? I mean, if he gets a big thumping majority, say he gets over 70% of the vote, then that's a good victory for him, isn't it?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, that's up to you, I think, to the journalists to say. I mean, and indeed all the populace. If, for example, even if I got 12%, so 1 in 8 people in Clacton would rather vote for a space warrior shaped like a bin than Nigel Farage. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? And if it goes higher and higher and higher, it says more about what the actual population thinks about Nigel Farage than maybe this election. Remember, there was a national poll just a few weeks ago in which I defeated Farage as to who would make the better leader by the favourability poll, 33% to 21%. What do you make of that?
Well, you seem to suggest...
And that's the thing, right, insofar as it's why I really hate this line from Farage, because it's a really specific electorate, right? Yeah, of course you're going to beat the establishment with all the voters already like you. When across the country, he is the most hated politician. He has the lowest approval ratings as leader. Most people prefer every other politician, every political party leader to him to be Prime Minister. Polanski, Davey, Badenoch and Starmer all beat Nigel Farage in terms of who people would prefer to see as Prime Minister. It's not close, and on a national level, most people prefer the meme candidate to Farage. Like, there's no establishment against you, Nigel. People just hate you.
Now that 12% for you would be a good result. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the way I say it, John, is 1 vote is beautiful. I would take that, you know. 1 human choosing me, fantastic. Apparently there's a few more than that. 309 would mean my greatest ever score in a parliamentary election.
Where did you get 308?
That was in Richmond and Northallerton against Rishi Sunak.
Sunak, yes.
Obviously. And you knew that?
Yes.
Yeah, of course you did.
I do now.
Yeah, there we are. And then, I mean, 5% I get to keep my deposits. We could go out for a curry. How about that, John?
Marvellous.
That'd be nice.
You paying?
Out of the 500.
How do you eat a curry with that on?
Well, I can't eat, but I'd watch you. It would be delightful.
Great. Listen, I'm being told that we've run out of time.
What a shame.
It's been a pleasure talking to you.
You too, John. Nice to have you back. You're the pinky to my brain, the wise to my Morecambe. It's a pleasure to talk to you each time.
That is an honour to be called the wise to your Morecambe.
Absolutely.
Well, we might talk again when we know the result.
Let's do. The cannon to my ball.
OK. All right. Great talking to you. Shall we shake hands?
We should.
Good.
Good man.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you. Well interviewed.
Thank you for talking to Sky News. That's been live.
Lovely. Love you all.
OK. Thank you.
Well, that was actually quite funny. I actually quite enjoyed that. The gnarled, like, leftist communist part of my brain really wants to think Cam Binface is cringe, but he was actually quite good. It's actually quite good. I think he's really understood which part of, like, the cringe lol so random stuff he needs to ditch to actually be funny, which I think is reasonable, but yeah, like, genuinely some funny moments. And to find out that his fucking companion is called Recyclon B. It's pretty good. It's pretty good chat. Hang on a minute. This is fucking Farage Fest is literally empty. Oh my god. This is too funny. Like, how much have they paid for this? I guess they came out the 5 million. There's no, it's just like, that's like 5 people there. Oh dear. I guess, I mean, fuck it, this is 8 minutes long. Fuck it, we'll watch this as well. CPAC for dummies. Somebody called it Nazi butlins, which I think is quite funny. Oh, turn the sound off.
This is insane. I've been to Glastonbury once in my life. This is a political Glastonbury in the middle of Essex. It's called Farage Fest. I'll just show you around what we're seeing here. There's some marshmallows to be roasted on these fire pits. There's GB News up there. I'm about to see ourselves on that screen. That's a huge 40-foot high screen. If you come this way with me, Alex, over Alex's shoulder, there are about 50 yurts here. People are going to stay the night here, have a sleepover with Farage by all accounts.
I mean, this is literally the most cringe thing I've ever seen in my life, right? Like, it's okay to have, like, political meetups with your political party and trying to get people together for an event. Like, that's perfectly reasonable. It shouldn't be a problem. I don't think it's necessarily cringe. What is cringe is calling it Farage Fest, right? Calling it literally after your own name, and then no one turning up, and it being totally dead. At least when Jeremy Corbyn stood on stage at Glastonbury, there was like an absolute sea of people chanting for him. Whenever the Green Party organise like a Green Party club night, it's absolutely rammed. This is actually like Firefest. It's literally Farage Firefest is what it is. It's so tragic, isn't it? Literally tragic. Tragicomic. It's got more security cards than guests, literally. I love how he's just pointing to a bunch of things that they had access to, and there was no one fucking there. No one was watching GB News. No one was roasting the marshmallows.
This is utterly bonkers, quite unlike any political event I've ever been to.
You mean you haven't been to any of the Corbyn or Polanski rallies? Oh, well, yeah, of course you haven't. You work for GB News. Never mind.
There's Jenga here, if you can see this, Patrick. This is the fire pit. Now we're going to keep walking now over to one of these teepees where there's fires burning. It's like a kind of a weird...
The fewer people here than at a nonce's funeral. At least they've got plenty of white pointy fabric. Oh my fucking god. Oh, the yurts makes it look like the KKK. Oh no. The untouched Jenga of Farage Firefest.
Is that a pop concert, a political concert? Hello, I'm Christopher Hope from G.
It's not a pop concert or a politics concert. It's a fucking empty field full of deranged weirdos. I say full of, with a very, very small handful of deranged weirdos in it, Christopher.
TV News, nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
What's your name?
Caroline.
Why on earth are you here?
To support Nigel, of course.
What is going on? This is not a political party. This is like Glastonbury or something.
I just said that to my
Glastonbury usually has people. Just saying.
partner, actually. It's more like a music festival, but it's fantastic.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll leave you to take your weight off your feet. Thank you for joining us. We're going to go over to the next year.
Well, he's going to cut your pip. I hope you're waiting. I hope you're ready for that.
Okay. Now, there's a big game of Connect 4 going on here. This is because there's a by-election happening. I mean, in normal life, about half an hour away in the car, there's a count going on in the Clacton by-election. Reform have given up on that, it seems, and they're here. I just wonder, Patrick, whether Nigel Farage is even going to go to that count. He clearly, once the counting has stopped, they've splurged. It must be tens of thousands of pounds on this event. Here's the bar. Let's see who's at the bar. Hello, sir. Sorry, but I'm from GB News. You're live on GB News. Would you? Can I have a quick chat with you?
Yeah, sure.
What's your name?
Kai Perry Jones.
Hi, Carrie Jones. What on earth is going on?
Of course, it's a double-barreled name. Of course, it's a double-barreled name. Why would it not be a double-barreled name, chat? Of course it is. Of course it is.
Why are you here?
I'm here to support the great Nigel Farage, who's in the middle of trying to save our country.
And you're drinking beer. Can I ask you that glass, sir?
I'm not drinking beer.
The drinking beer. It says. Can you see that, Patrick? Farage.
They got branded glassware, chat. They got branded cups. Oh my god, these are going to be like available on eBay for like 30 quid in 20 years time. As remember when they did like Fire Festival in Clacton for the fake by-election before the real one against the guy with the bin on his head? Oh my fucking god, Chad, there's branded glassware. I have to get one. I have to get one. Please, do I have anyone in tendering? Anyone is there anyone in the tendering Green Party who's still awake, who can head down to Clacton and get me a Farage Fest cup? I need one. Please, I'm begging somebody, anybody in the Essex area, please, I'm begging you, please get me a Farage Fest cup. I will never stop drinking from anything else on stream if you get me one. Bin Fire Festival? Oh my god, it's literally the Bin Fire Festival. That's too good, Jim. Oh my god, that's too good. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen. At the Gammon Mobile. Yeah, genuinely, please, somebody, please. I'm so desperate for one. I'm so desperate for one. I mean, I love this cup. This is my baby. I drink from this cup all day, every day, right? But if I get a Farage Fest cup, right, it'll be like Hassan wearing the like the McCain Palin like baseball cap on stream. The National Front disco, is that more or less cringe than the LGB Alliance disco?
Fest. This is where we are. This is Farage Fest, live on GB News. This is not what we're expecting. We've been queuing to get through the gate for about half an hour with the rest of the people. Hello, sir. What's your name?
My name's Graham. This is Claire.
Hello, Claire.
Hi, Craig.
You're live on GB News. This is Patrick, the legend that is Patrick Christus. Say hello, Patrick.
Hi, Patrick.
Hi,
How are
Patrick.
you? Good to
Why
see
are you both here?
Support Nigel.
Yes, always support Nigel.
Yeah, we were
this
out
is-
early, knocking up.
But this is not a normal event. I've been.
Why did you get up early to go and canvass for Nigel Farage against a bin? Why? What are you doing? What is this, chat? I swear down, chat. We actually need to have a proper, like, pause on, like, Generation X until we figure out what the fuck is going on.
To really boring political events. This is insane.
Yeah, but Nigel knows how to run a good party, doesn't he?
This is a big party. Is it a free bar?
Oh, it is. It is.
Well, it's a reform party, isn't it?
We're going to keep going, Patrick.
Yes, it's a free bar, paid for by Christopher Harborn, apparently.
You bear with me. Hello, nice to meet you. This is not cheap. Hello, how you doing? What's your name?
Oh, it reminds me of the bit in Peep Show where, like, no one's arrived for the party and they're like, oh, we give up. We tried, we failed. Let's move on, right? And it's like, it's not even, 9 p.m. yet, Mark. This is how it feels. Or like the Christ Festival where, like, Jeremy is playing a gig and there's one weird guy dancing in the middle. Would you like me to lap dance for you? We need to get Alan Partridge as the MC. It's petering up. It's about to hit maximum Peter. Free bar and it's literally still dead, yeah?
Name, sir?
I'm Anthony Owen from Hertfordshire County Council.
Hi, Anthony, you're live on GB News.
Thank you very much.
Patrick Christus, give him a wave.
Thank you very much. Hi.
And are you enjoying being here? This is not like a normal party, is
Well,
it?
it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely fantastic.
And some of the millions given to the party being spent on this, do you think it's a good way of spending money?
No, it's all my money. It's all my money, don't worry.
We haven't, I think Lee Anderson's somewhere nearby. We'll try and find him.
I saw him earlier.
Okay.
He's looking for the Guinness.
Right, see you in a second. Guinness on tap, it seems, at the Farage Fest. And we'll go a bit further on.
I love how they've got security. Like there's going to be like rowdy boomers on methadone causing a scene or some shit. like it's a Gex concert or some shit. There's a Ferris wheel. Chat, what's going on? I feel like I'm in a fever dream.
There's your show, Patrick, live on the screen. There's a Ferris wheel, you see here. There's more flames there. Hello, sir. Hello, I'm Chris Oak from GB News. You're live on Patrick's show. Do you want to be on?
Welcome to my domain.
Yeah, how are you doing?
You like what I've done with the place?
Look at this. It's there's comfy chairs, there's sofas for political chat about reform policy.
They borrow those chairs from the local school.
What's all this for?
This is a big thank you to all the volunteers we've had today. I think one of the biggest get out to vote events this country's ever seen. So no one has done it to this scale before. So this is a really big thank you to all the volunteers.
It really is. There's a band over there playing.
Yes, they're good.
I don't know what. It's not called Reform Fest. It's Farage Fest.
What if we kissed on the Farage Fest Ferris wheel? I love that the question was asked there was, it's not Reform Fest, it's Farage Fest. Yeah, it turns out it's all a fucking vanity project. Who knew, chat?
Yes.
Reform is a party of people, but it seems a bit focused on one person, Nigel Farage.
Well, it's his by-election, isn't it? You know, he actually put his neck on the block and said, look, I'm stepping down. You need to re-vote me back in. And, when we get the result, we'll know if the two fingers have actually gone up to the establishment or not.
And you expect him to have won, are you?
Oh, without a doubt. The only thing we don't know at the moment is by what degree. Obviously we want more than the amount Burnham got, but we're hoping.
You're not against Burnham, though, are you? You're against a bin.
Or what the polls have been saying, which is over 70%.
Yeah. Wait and see. Thank you for joining us, sir. I'm going to go over to the band. come this way with me, Patrick. I hope you're enjoying this, by the way. There is an immense photograph of Nigel Farage over here. It must be about 100 foot long. Let me go and find it for you. This is the Ferris wheel. As things stand, not working. Look at this. It says, greetings from Clacton-on-Sea. And there is the candidate who wants to be the MP again for Clacton. Of course, the ninth time of asking. This way too. I'm also going to look at the band before I throw it back to you, Patrick. I mean, I'm a boring old...
Are the band playing to no one? It's literally the fucking Jeremy scene from Peep Show at the Christ Festival. Oh no. Oh no, chat.
Political journalist, Patrick. This is your kind of world. This nightlife. It's not for me. This is quite extraordinary. I've never known anything...
I know, nightlife usually involves people actually there.
Something quite like it. He's clearly spending a lot of money on it. Of course, he's under fire, under pressure over this £5 million gift.
Yeah, there's literally no one watching the band. There's no one watching the band, chat. They're literally playing to nobody. Like a fucking fifth support in like a pub gig in some arse end of Nowheresville. Oh no. Oh god, I would feel sorry for them. But of course they're happy to play for Reform, so...
Gift from the Christopher Harborne, the crypto millionaire. Has some of that money gone on this? We don't know that.
Oh no! No, there's four people watching the band, chat. I stand corrected.
Again, it's just getting started. You'll see the big bands here playing. You can charge your phones over there at Farage Fest. There's a band. You have a dance if you like. This is an enormous, great.
Thank you, Shelley Purcell, for the 5 gifties. I might have to use that to get myself therapy after this. But yes, thank you for the gifties. Remember, of course, you can always support the stream by gifting memberships to the fellow viewers, just as has been done by Shelley. You can also super chat to get your message read out on stream. And you can also become a member yourself. It's only 99p, cheaper than a can of Red Stripe. And you can support at patreon.com/NoJusticeMTG. A whole 4? Jesus Christ, the place is packed, literally. You're literally about to hit maximum Peter. Please upload this segment, it's too insane. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to upload this.
Well, it looks like a big marquee, Patrick, and hello, sir. You're live on GB News. Why are you here?
Because I love Nigel Farage and he needs to be the ruler of this country.
Is it a party? What event? What is this place?
It's the Farage Fest.
Farage Fest.
It's to celebrate him being back a member of Parliament again.
Okay, well we're gonna get this way now. Sorry, Patrick. There's a football shirt manufacturer over there.
I can't get over it. This could literally only be better if Alan Partridge was presenting. Honestly, Steve Coogan should have gone as like a joke. Thank you for the £5, Liam. I appreciate the support. Get myself some emotional support, Iron Bro. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it, chat.
And just finally, before I go, there's some more. There we are. Lots of these. I'm voting Reform UK. Says Patrick, it's quite extraordinary. I'm going to move away from the music so I can hear what you're saying. But this is over there. I can see there. You can see over there. They're printing Farage football T-shirts over there. Patrick,
Chris, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm hoping that you.
It's a Farage branded claw machine. What if we kissed by the Reform UK branded claw game on the Clacton-on-Sea beachfront? You got no fans? Your festival shit? You want some? I'll give it you. It really is just Farage's vanity project, 100%.
Can hear me, but what I'd really like is for you to get on that Ferris wheel at some point.
Well, let's try and end on the Ferris wheel. Come with me, Patrick. Let's try and get on the Ferris wheel. So there's no queue for it. We might as well get on it. So, and you'll see that the channel is playing. I mean, obviously he's under fire, Nigel Farage, over his £5 million donation from Christopher Harborne. That's being investigated by parliamentary authorities. This seems to me like a gigantic attempt.
I love the just pretend attempts at not being biased. You know, we're enjoying Farage Fest and it's amazing, but this is all about, you know, well, it's happening with the Parliamentary Standards Authority. You've got to remember that because they have to be unbiased, right? At least pretend to be unbiased.
To show people how he wants to spend the money. Hello there.
I will say,
what
Chris,
are you doing here?
I've spoken, you know, so I've spoken to Nigel quite a bit, as you would imagine, and he's quite unashamed about how he thinks that we do need a little bit more fun in politics and a bit more fun in the world and everything. And look, obviously there's incredibly serious stuff going on, and you know, every political party needs to deal with that. But you know, this is part of it. They say he does nothing for the people of Clacton. I don't know. He's put a festival on tonight, hasn't he?
Well, he put a.
Well, these people are the same ones who mock, like, the Greens for doing club nights or for Jeremy for speaking at Glastonbury, right? Like, you kind of have it both ways.
March on for them, and this is a thank you to the people who campaigned for him in this by-election. You know, he's rewarding them. The party has taken a lot of money in from donors. Some of that from, of course, he got a gift to him from Christopher Harborne. We don't know who's paying for this, if Reform is paying for it, if Nigel Farage is. I'm a bit gobsmacked, frankly. It's not what we're expecting. We've been queuing to get into this field, this aerodrome in the middle of Essex for about half an hour.
Speechless, chat. I'm not going to end this segment on anything more than that. Just absolutely speechless. I'll tell you what I will end with. If you're watching this and you went to Farage Fest and you have one of the cups, I'm begging you for one. Please get me a Farage Fest cup. I need one. I am desperate for one. I have to own one as part of a political memorabilia. Please, by all means, if you can do so, if you live in Clacton or Tendring or anywhere in the area and you know how to get a Farage Fest cup, please get me one. And you're watching this later on. Hopefully this gets like 50,000 views and somebody will watch who got one. I'm desperate for one. Please. $20 to 30% for Count Binface, now favourite on Polymarket. John Craig at the count in Clacton saying on Sky that it might not be the convincing victory reform that some were expecting. Interesting. Okay. Zimmer frame traffic jam. And again, like, no one's out. They're all just a bunch of, like, cranky Gen Xers. I mean, I know there are plenty of Gen Xers that can party. They're all in my chat. We know who you are. We love to party. But I'm not sure this is much of, like, a, you know, of a hootenanny, shall we say. Can you imagine if Binface has got, like, 40%? I mean, it would be fucking hilarious if it was, but I do not think that's anywhere close to the case, but... There's exit polls? I mean, literally, like, Chris Morris couldn't make up for Farage Fest. Like, and Chris Morris was the one who was like, like, question time from Wembley Arena. That's a day-to-day meme. Yeah, I reckon about 20%, 15, 20%, something like that, Set the Shallow. I can't believe this. I genuinely. Can we just count the by-election, please? I would very much like a result. Excuse me, sorry. This is why we need to elect Green, so we can have a massive drug-fueled night of debauchery instead of whatever the fuck that was. Literally! Literally! Right? Where's the Green Party tea for tea orgy when you need one? And that's the last time I will say that phrase. I will never say that again. Clipped and chipped. PM Polanski doling out the free Ket and Red Stripe. Literally so true. Well, we're gonna have to have like at the next a Green conference this year. Now that I'm a bigger face and I've got more people involved, we're gonna have to have a no justice chat party, aren't we? We're gonna have one. I'm gonna have to DJ, and I'm gonna play Neil CC and there's nothing that you can do about it. Turnout confirmation at 44%. I mean, it's more than I expected, certainly. Literally, I saw someone in the quote tweets of like the Firefest video, like, people are so triggered. I'm like, you just pissed your pants, mate. The lol trigger doesn't work when you very, very embarrassing. Well, we need the correct magic card as an entry ticket. No, that's during the day. They were having the magic. We're going to play some Canlander. I'd like to request Mike Reed's Brexit Calypso. Oh my fucking god, I forgot about Mike Reed's Brexit Calypso. Mike Reed, 10 minutes rapping. No wonder Tony Blair can start wars. There's no fucking opposition. Thank you, Antifa Vegan Boys, for the 10 gifty. Thank you. Make sure, if you're in chat and you would like to give memberships, the option is open. Genuine question regarding that. How do you avoid your relationship with chat becoming parasocial in an unhealthy way? Or just find that your chat is particularly normal about it? People are mostly normal. People are mostly normal. What I don't do, unless it's like something desperate, I don't ever get in the DMs with people. I have had people DM me before. If it's about something serious, I've responded, but most of the times the DMs just they unfortunately don't get answered, right? Like we can talk in chat and then it's an open forum, but like unless it's something genuinely important, I usually keep the DMs to like super closed. When it comes to like people I know are like long time watchers of the stream, I am so worried about building parasocial relationships and shit like that. It's so wary of it. Like in a group situation, people just turning up because it's like a meetup or whatever, that's fine. But as soon as it gets into the DMs and it gets personal, like I'm gonna have a conversation or whatever. But apart from that, I try and keep a barrier, Get Boy George's AI Israel song. Probably a good way of doing it. Yeah, 100%. Because again, people know that if they have something public to say, then they can say it in chat, or they can say it in the Discord, or they can at me on Twitter, and I will usually answer if it's a public forum. But as soon as it becomes a private forum, like I just don't want to get myself caught up in that, and like my work world and my personal world just stay totally separate. Allow it, waste man. Yeah, I remember fucking Grime for Corbyn. What a time that was. Just do a Kev and insult viewers to prevent parasocial relationships forming. Clearly that is the correct... That's the correct strategy. First time I've heard about Mike Reed's Brexit Calypso. Apparently he does it every Tory conference. They get him to do like a song. I like literally had a 10 minutes conference rap in like 2009 or whatever. Is Kev going to conference? I hope so. I hope so. So the Ian Duncan Smiths have been called the Pat McFaddens now that he's dubbed DWP secretary. I still remember the Thatcher Death Day party. What was the pub called that used to be at the end of the Curry Mile in Manchester? I'm trying to find out what the name of the pub was. Maybe if I... Oh, it's just gone. It has just been removed. There is now no longer a pub at the end of the Curry Mile. Well, there you go. Just a car park now. Well, that's very sad. No, it was the DJ. It was the DJ Mike Reed, MCH, that did a conference rap at the end of the Tory conference in 2010. Wokies can't compete with whitey Luther Vandross covers and shitty Jenga. It's true. We really can't. We really can't. Am I going mad? Am I thinking of the wrong place? Is it further up? We're just going... I thought it was right by Platfields Park. Unless I'm just, like, misremembering. No, I'm pretty sure this is where it is. And it's just gone. It's just disappeared. Sorry. Sky named the Binface interview. Binface hits back at Farage. Yeah. I mean, if you're in Brighton, you should certainly hang around. I mean, to be fair, if you live in Brighton, you don't even need to come to conference. Just go to the pub. Hardy's! Hardy's Well is the name of the pub at the end of Curry Mile. Yes, I went to a Thatcher Death Day party at Hardy's Well at the end of Curry Mile. It has now closed and been demolished. How very sad. And it's now a car park. Game's gone. I guess after I finish streaming, I actually need to edit the Count Binface interview and put it up on my channel, so I get like a video with loads of views. I might have to just do that now, to be honest. We're not going to get a result for another fucking 4 hours. I'm not streaming for 4 hours. BBC headline, Count Binface. I think Farage is more establishment than Space Warrior. Brilliant. Great. I'm sure this is the headlines that Farage wanted. At least the pub outlasted Thatcher. True. True. I refused to go on conference nights out like last year. I had fun on the conference nights out last year, Aaron. I enjoyed staying up until stupid o'clock in the morning, going to the party, and then going to another bar for the after party, and then going to some other bar that sucked. I enjoyed myself, even though people kept getting lost. There was like 3 rooms for some reason, and the music was terrible. The music was real bad. I've not even fucking talked about Sangeeta. Oh, we'll do Sangeeta tomorrow. Fuck it. We'll do Sangeeta tomorrow. We'll do Yvette Cooper tomorrow. We'll do Thomas Straker tomorrow. All the 3 segments I had lined up, I guess we'll do them tomorrow. Just turns out we got Fire Festival. We got Bin Fire Fest, which was better. We got Bin Fire Fest, which was the important thing. Remember, if you're a new viewer, but you like the channel and you want to support us, membership's only 99p. You get a lovely green name in chat. You don't want to be a boring grey name, like all the grey names in chat. You want to be a cool green name with a membership for the channel and access to the archive live streams and all of my emotes in chat, right? You know you can spare 99p. I've been up until 2:30. I've been streaming for 4 hours. You can spare 99p. Remember. I've turned into Bad Bunny. Fucking hell, chat. I'm literally Bad Money. $5 a month. We hate grey name Andes. See? David over there's been a member for 40 whole months. And 99p each. My nights on conference will completely depend on Brighton pint prices, which I imagine will be astronomical, though maybe not London prices. I mean, if someone wants to book not like a pub, but like somewhere where we can have a venue booked out where we can bring our own drinks and just have like a massive like pseudo house party, that'll be significantly better than having to pay Brighton pint prices. Brighton's usually okay with street drinking, though. It's gonna be it's gonna be a little bit colder than we would have expected, though. So, Tinny's in the park. Isn't that called the beach? I mean, we could just go to the beach. It's true. Thank you for all the re-upping memberships, everybody. Brighton pint prices aren't as bad as London. It ranges from $5.50 to $7. Oh, Jesus. I mean, it's okay for me. I don't drink. I'm on the lemonades, right? In the rave, get a lemonade and ice. What was the full bar? Sorry. Any one of you cocaine snorting label executives that thinks you can take my integrity for a couple of bags think twice. Make Grimer get paid all nice. In a rave, get a lemonade and ice. But now I thought it was apparent these guys cannot develop our tannin. I thought by now it was bait that these guys just tried to side man's fate. And that's the last time I will read grime lyrics on the channel. And by that, I mean, obviously I will read grime lyrics on the channel at some point in the future. You know it's going to happen. It's not a promise I can keep. Yeah, I'm so hyped to go to Brighton. I'm so hyped for Brighton. I want it to be the fucking gayest conference ever. It's gonna be so fucking gay. We're gonna go out, and then Scaredy Cat is gonna vox pop us for TikTok, and she's gonna say which celebrity death impacted me the most, and I'm gonna immediately forget who I was gonna think of. It's gonna be honestly, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. Lived in Brighton for 4 years. I'm jelly. I'd love to live in. I say, oh, I'd love to live in Brighton. It's so gay. I lived in Manchester for a decade. Like, I literally lived in Manchester, which if there's anywhere that can, you know, vouch for being as gay as Brighton is, Manchester, you know. To be fair, if I hired out a No Justice Fest and like did my own bin fire fest at Green Pie Conference, and we could all bring our own alcohol, and I could also be the DJ. So yeah, we're coming up to hour 4, Katie. Did you watch Bin Fire Fest on your stream? I hope you did. That's sick, Tom. Love to hear it. I can't believe I vote for someone who I liked, but I end up having to deal with a fucking shitty Labour MP. And a real shitty Labour MP as well, like a fucking lazy ass. I should apply for my conference press pass. Thank you, Zangma, for the 20 gifties. Appreciate the support. Brighton seems to be the UK's woke seaside town. Yeah, it's weird. All the seaside towns are like Naziville, apart from Brighton, which is literally like the gayest place ever. You know. It's literally so true, Tom. Or work in a bar serving the gays, but all of those bar jobs are all taken up by, you know, the elder gays already, so. It's true. I mean, like that. I mean, the thing is, Jack, is most people had that expectation. I mean, but most people say this to me when they meet me for the first time, and it's just like, oh, I was always gonna, you know, excited to meet you, and then I realized you're just a random user person, and I'm like, yep. That's how most celebrities end up feeling. You know, it's how I feel whenever I meet like people from bands that I like, and they're just like, yeah, they're just normal people. You know, the shock factor wears off. Scarborough isn't so bad. Formally get through first past the post, and Scarborough has some good game shops. I was in Scarborough for a RCQ, like the May bank holiday this year, I think it was. I went to. No, well, no, it was early. It's earlier this February bank holiday. I went to an RCQ in Scarborough, and the shop was nice and the people were lovely. Hove has Peter Kyle at time of recording. At time of recording, Hove has Peter Kyle. At time of recording, Hove at Portslade has Peter Kyle. That is subject to change. What was the other Brighton seat that was Chris Ward? Which seat is Chris Ward? Because that motherfucker's got to go as well. Brighton, Kemptown and Peacehaven, that's the one. When I moved out of Hove back into Brighton earlier this year, I wanted to email Peter Kyle and say good riddance, but I was worried he'd get me arrested. Who's a Peter Kyle? That Peter Kyle story about him getting a fucking person arrested for emailing him about Gaza is fucking crazy. Craziest story of the year. Right, I'm flagging chat, so I'm gonna probably have to call it there. We'll obviously do a stream tomorrow. It's a Friday, so I usually do stream. I will have to get this fucking Binface interview edited and put up on YouTube so that all of the Yankoids can watch it, because it's still evening or even afternoon on the West Coast, so I can get that up for all of the nosy viewers. I will hopefully be there to chat with you tomorrow about the results of the by-election and to talk about other less boring things. Let's see who's live to go into. Cheers Entertainment, cheers the company chat, Free Palestine as always. There is Thomas Harris who's still streaming, I believe.
Let me refresh. I'll go back a bit so we can.
I have
play like
put it in chat
like an old YouTube framed.
I've put in chat for him to turn on.
Oh my
live
god!
redirect.
No justice. Please turn on live redirects so I can send my views to you. Okay, how do I do that?
Let me, I guess, look at the internet to do that. How to turn on live redirect.
I'm not used to doing live streams. Right, 1 second. Live redirect. Let's have a look.
Chatting assistant, yeah. Thomas has got 705 people watching. It's impressive.
I don't know. Oh, I figured it out. Okay. Live chat replay, live reactions, redirect. No. There's a button that says redirect, but not live redirect. What do I do?
He is very positive, isn't he?
I actually don't know how to do it. That's so annoying.
Just Google how
That's
to
like
turn
the
on
Twitch
live
thing,
redirects.
isn't it? I don't know how to do it.
He had over 1K earlier. Yeah, he did. I did see
Wait,
that.
hang on.
Just type in how to turn on
try
live
something.
redirect into Google.
That's just really annoying when you don't know how to do something. I think it's this one. Okay, I think I did it. I think. Fingers crossed. Okay. So I've also figured out how to do slow mode, so I'm gonna do that. I'll make it anyone can participate, but I'm gonna put slow mode on. Okay. I fixed it. Everyone, I figured it out. I'm actually
Right, let me
figuring
refresh
this
and see if
stuff
I
out.
can
There we go.
worked.
I won't make 1 minute. 1 minute's a bit slow.
Customize. Add redirect.
Do 30 seconds.
No, it's still not showing as on.
Yeah, that's a bit too slow. Hang on, I'll make it 30 seconds. That's better.
Add me as a...
Okay, I think that should work now. I think Helene is your real name, isn't it? I keep calling you No Justice, which feels weird. Feels strange to do that. Hopefully that works. What were we going to do? We were going to look at the table falling over, weren't we? That's what we were going to do. I'm probably a bit behind now, but let's see if I can find it. Yeah, I didn't mean to do 1 minute. I think I allowed your video to be added as a as one of the like redirects, as in like your stream is one of the redirects. I think. I could be wrong. I think I did it right, but live. But I would love to do something with you. If you fancied it, I would love to do that.
Sorry, I'm trying to tech support
I'll double
into
check.
Thomas Harris while he's live here.
So it
Chat.
says that your video, a redirect allows you to keep viewers engaged across multiple buttons. Okay, so I think... Okay, so oh no, I think I added your video to my redirect. Okay, so I figured out how to do that. Right, now I've got to do the other way around. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick
Google search. Yes, we've Googled. We've got their chat.
Google is your friend, everybody. Google is your friend. Bear with. Settings, community, moderation. Okay, hang on. Ugh, I'm terrible on the fly. Settings, community, moderation. Scroll to live redirect. Okay. There is no live redirect. What do you mean? There's no button for it. Oh, it's lying to me. I feel like I'm being lied to. You might hear a tutorial for a second.
That's right. I literally have to stay. I have to stay the course now. We've got this far.
No, yeah.
I feel like I'm being gaslit. This button.
User management.
Okay, hang on. I think I've figured it out. We need like a tech support jingle. Live redirect users, all live. Okay, I did it. It's done. Cool. I did it. Woo.
Right, let's see if this works.
See if this works. Bomb.
We have to use a bomb. The bomb is the bomb. Your content's the bomb. That's what's the bomb, Thomas.
Okay, should
got it.
Should work now.
Save. Bye everyone. I'm gonna go now. See